thank you to the Aspen Institute of Romania for holding this conversation at the edition of the Bucharest Forum. Joining me right now is Keith Brock. He is the former CEO of DocuSign and Ariba. He's also the former U.S. Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment. And the last time I spoke to him in person was at the State Department when he was in that role. And currently, he is serving as the co-founder of the Center for Tech Diplomacy at Purdue, which is a nonpartisan think tank at the intersection of diplomacy and technology. So, Keith, great to see you virtually. We're both in Washington, D.C., unfortunately not in Bucharest. But this is a chance to revisit some of those things that we spoke about in the State Department so long ago. And at that point, you were working on the Blue Dot Network and yes, finding a way for U.S. businesses to do business overseas without exposing their intellectual property to China and to the possible intellectual property theft and all of the other risks that we discussed at the time. So let's dig into that. How is the Blue Dot Network going? It's survived the departure of the Trump administration, but not quite in the same form.
Well, Kim, it's so great to see you, and I really appreciate being here at the Bucharest Forum for a second time. And last time I was Deputy Secretary Juana, who ended up being just a great partner for us in the Clean Network. Well, the Blue Dot Network has actually become quite a success. We launched that originally in November 2019 at the Indo-Pacific Forum with Japan and Australia as our partners. And really the mission of the Blue Dot Network is to provide an equitable and unifying alternative to the One Belt, One Road, and to really provide clean infrastructure and clean financing. We also added, about a year ago, the 3 Seas nations, those 12 nations, we added Taiwan. And then with the new administration, that's been carried on. It was adopted by the G7. The name of it now has changed to the B3W, Build Back a Better World. And it's also housed, the Blue Dot Network is housed at the OECD and those 37 nations there. So it's, the thing that I love about that, as well as the Clean Network, is it really provides unity with our allies and also continuity of policy. And both these programs really have created a great bridge between a Republican administration and a Democratic administration.
So for the novice, for the uninitiated, what does it do at a basic level for a U.S. company trying to get supplies from overseas at a time when the supply chain is really overtaxed?
Sure. So, what it's all about is that the Blue Dot Network and the Clean Network run on global trust standards. And those are grounded in trust principles, things that we might call democratic values. Things, for example, like integrity, accountability, transparency, reciprocity, respect for rule of law, respect for human rights, respect for property, respect for sovereignty of nation, respect for the environment, and respect for the press. And because if you look at the alternative in terms of, one Southeast Asian financial minister called it the One Belt, One Way toll road to Beijing. When the Chinese come in, there's always that threat, and we saw it over and over again, of China's debt trap diplomacy. The other thing that it provides is clean environmental standards and also clean labor standards, because typically when the Chinese come in, they they project manage it. They bring in their own workers. So you don't get the advantage when the private sector comes in, whether it's the U.S. or our allies, and develop the workforce for that particular local country. And the financing is much better terms, and it's all transparent.
So what has the uptake been among U.S. companies, for instance? It sounds like you got a very high level uptake among OECD countries or at the governmental level, but how is it filtering down to the people who did the job that you did at DocuSign, for instance?
Yeah, by the way, they love this because, and I could say that coming as a CEO from the private sector, I didn't know about the financing capabilities, for example, of the Development Finance Corp. I actually chaired that when I was the undersecretary, and that is $60 billion worth of government equity or loans, loan guarantees, risk insurance when you're going into some of these countries, and it's really critical to be able to have that. So all kinds of construction companies, innovation companies, ag companies, it really helps them in terms of the ROI on so many of these projects because in the traditional sense, without that financing, it could be high risk. So it's really an enabler.
So you're saying that part of what the Blue Dot Network does is mitigate risks for companies going into a place like Iraq that might have a security situation that's up and down, might have a workforce that is COVID non-compliant, something like that. Some of the, or might have a rating in terms of corruption. I'm thinking of lots of different countries across Africa that don't rate well on the UN corruption list. And you're saying that the Blue Dot Network also helps them mitigate the risk of doing business there by guaranteeing loans, et cetera?
Right. So there's, it really mitigates the risk when it comes to political risk, financial risk, those type of risk. And I think that's really key. And I think that's one of the other things too, is that transparency. I believe that visibility equals accountability, and that transparency is really, really key. And so much of what we do has electronic audit trails. So it really eliminates a lot of that, a lot of that corruption, a lot of those kind of things that, you might see in some of the Chinese projects.
So, of course, Beijing says that its business deals aren't debt traps and not corrupt. So we don't have someone from China on, but I can tell you that I've had conversations with, for instance, high-ranking diplomats visiting Washington from Pakistan who say China's business deals have really enabled them, enabled the advancement of their country in a way that other deals with different, other loans, et cetera, with different strings attached haven't, that the Chinese let them be Pakistan and just come in and do the work that's needed. So I got a very vociferous pushback from one Pakistani diplomat in particular over this. So how do you argue with that? How do you get them to come over from the side of, hey, One Belt, One Road is working for us, to the Blue Dot Network is better for us?
Yeah, well, Kim, I'll tell you about my experience when I came into the government, and I came in. I'd never served in Washington before. Really didn't know anybody. I actually came because of what I saw in China on my last trip, being the CEO of DocuSign. When I was looking to see if we should enter the market, we had about 500 million users around the world. And I've been going there since 1981. I'm a lover of Chinese history, culture, the people, but on this trip it was different, and I could see how their techno-economic competition had morphed in a really economic aggression. And so when my first 60 bilaterals with my foreign counterparts, economic ministers, finance ministers, foreign ministers, I'd ask them, I go, hey, how's your relationship with China go? And they would say, well, they're a very important trading partner. And at this bilateral meeting, they looked like both ways, like there was somebody in the room. They go, but we don't trust them. And, I think what I've seen, and I went to 50 countries last fall as we were rolling out the Clean Network. And what I saw is citizens of the world waking up to the Chinese Communist Party's 3 C's doctrine of concealment, co-option, and coercion. And the citizens of the world now understand that the pandemic is a result of the concealment of the virus. And they've also seen the co-option of Hong Kong and how it eviscerated its citizens' freedoms. And everybody's hearing now about the coercion in Xinjiang and how that's grown into punishable genocide. And the citizens don't like it. Now it's beginning to give government leaders and CEOs around the world the political will to stand up against that China bully. Because the other thing that I saw in those bilateral meetings is, the elephant in the room was China's intimidation, retaliation, and retribution. That's been my experience. And,
so
yeah.
You think that the Blue Dot Network is maturing enough to become a real alternative as people wake up to the malign behavior that you're describing?
Yeah, absolutely. Because what if you look at the U.S. private sector, you look at Japan's private sector, you look at the Europe's private sector, this is an incredible force. It was interesting. I was meeting with the Prime Minister of Thailand. It was kind of a conference right next to UNGA when we were all out there about 1.5 years ago. And, he goes, hey, well, China's put in like $3 billion into, our infrastructure. And just one of, I think it was Chevron, put in $70 billion. So when you look at the U.S. private sector and all the benefits you get from that, and that's what all these countries want. They want United States private sector investment. And that also brings the allies, because they know they're not going to get caught in these debt traps. And they know, their environment it's not going to be scorched earth. They know they're not going to bring in all their workers. That's what I saw over and over and over again.
So I'd like to move into a related field, a related issue, and it's something that I heard about from businessmen who were attending the last Bucharest Forum. SolarWinds was a case of one U.S. cyber company getting penetrated by allegedly Russian hackers who spread malware that then spread to a number of U.S. companies, U.S. government suppliers, and inside U.S. Intelligence agencies. Now, the chilling effect that this had, it didn't just make everybody sort of update their software and start looking more closely at their supply chains. I talked to Eastern European businessmen who found that all of a sudden their ability to subcontract to major U.S. defense companies dried up because they were located near Russia and they were automatically suspect. How do you balance the safety and security of U.S. intelligence agencies with our outreach to European business partners and making them feel like they're still welcome, like they are a trusted part of the supply chain.
Yeah, when you look at the Russian and particularly the Chinese cyber hacking, I mean, they have done is incredibly malign things. Being the CEO of DocuSign, where we have people's most important documents, the one you sign, we experience that over and over and over again. And I can tell you, this is what keeps CEOs awake at night. Now, we obviously have counter cyber operations when we see those kind of things. And, this is something that is such a big focus because they'll do it over and over again, and they take advantage of everything. You look at the amount of intellectual property, for example, that China has stolen. It ranks in the trillions. And so and by the way, this is one of the big things we're working on at the Center for Tech Diplomacy at Purdue. And with the Center for Tech Diplomacy at Purdue does is it really provides a bridge between technology and diplomacy, and by we creating this new area of tech statecraft that integrates high-tech strategies with foreign policy. And that's so critical because if you look at, what China's aim is, and they're the big actor in this area, is technological authoritarianism, right? They're the biggest real and urgent threat to democracy. And, they just, not only that, but they don't want to just compete their companies. They want to put other companies out of business. And if you think about it, Kim, if you think about our trust principles, those things that I said in terms of respect for rule of law, respect for property. So let's say I'm competing against you, and I can steal your intellectual property. I don't have to be reciprocal. I can use slave labor. I can use coal-fired power plants. I don't have to be transparent. I don't have to be reciprocal in my market. I can ignore the law, or I am the law. I'm gonna beat you every time. And what we did in the Clean Network is we took those trust principles, and in one jujitsu move, we flipped China on their back and defeated their master plan for controlling 5G around the world. In essence, we weaponized those very principles that protect our freedom.
So I hear you, but
okay, yeah.
But I'm thinking if I'm that European or that Eastern European company who had great contracts with U.S. defense suppliers and all of a sudden finds themselves on the outs because whether it's China hacking or Russian hacking or whoever the malign cyber actor, non-state actor might be, is there a way for them through the Blue Dot Network? Or is there a path back to fill certain, like a checklist to get a certification so that people can do business with them again without fear?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely there is. I mean, American companies face the same thing, right? But just think if they were with the Russian and the Chinese companies. I mean, you saw what the Chinese did in Africa where they built the African Union building. They had the whole thing bombed. And that's why they built it for them. So this is a never-ending.
Do you think it's
not like you're going to get a mint on your pillow? Yeah.
I was just going to say, do you think it's widely known that the African Union building was bugged by the Chinese? Because one of the things that I hear about
the Chinese Communist Party, but it's well documented. Let me put it that way. Extremely well documented. It has been written about many times. There's books about it. But this is one of the key things. For example, that Deputy Secretary General Giovanna and I discussed last time I was here at the Bucharest Forum, because when I came over and I first met with him when we were rolling out the Clean Network, which is an alliance of democracies. It ended up being 60 countries representing 2/3 of the world's global GDP, 200 telcos, and a whole list of clean companies, a lot of high tech companies. Here's what Deputy Secretary Giovanna said. He said, "Look, we need a clean NATO network because we need these 5G systems and all the appendages that go off of it: cloud computing, underwater cable, apps, carriers, all that. We need those systems in peacetime or wartime. And what we can't have is we can't have some countries that are trusted and some that are untrusted. You're only as strong as your weakest link." And then we hooked up with the European Union, and my old friend Thierry Breton, who's the EU commissioner, had the 5G cybersecurity toolbox. We combined efforts. We had the 5G clean cybersecurity toolbox. So now this was not America alone initiative, right? People support they helped create, and as a result,
I hear these are great things, and great innovations in policy, and many of them seem to have been carried on by the Biden administration. But there are two things that I consistently hear from European diplomats. They don't want to get drawn into some sort of out-and-out conflict with China by the U.S. They find the U.S. Rhetoric to be very warlike, and they also don't trust the U.S. because of they don't know who the next president is going to be. They don't see a lot of continuity. You are in a rare space, and I know that you had unanimous support when you were nominated for your position at state. Very unusual. You've continued in your post-government life to brief bipartisan groups of lawmakers. How do you reassure Europeans that we're not going to drag them into a war with China, that we're not being paranoid about things like Huawei, because there are many Europeans who are still skeptical of that, and that there's going to be enough cohesion in our political system that there's going to be some continuity with whoever gets elected next?
Sure. I could tell you one thing, Kim. In addition to the citizens of the world waking up around the world on China's 3Cs doctrine and giving them political will, it is the most unifying issue on Capitol Hill, is China's threat to democracies around the world. And there's no doubt about it. And that's why I've really made my cause is bipartisan, because that unity, the unity in terms of our two political parties, and the unity
and you just
and
briefed,
the continuity policy is absolutely key. And
if I could interrupt, you just briefed a bipartisan group of lawmakers, the China Working Group. What do they agree on? And do you think the Biden administration is doing what you would have done had you been able to continue to make policy towards China?
By the way, I'll be honest with you. When I go, and this was true when I was in office, when I go into a SCIF, that basically means there's no press there, no phones or anything like that.
A sensitive compartmented information facility, SCIF.
Yeah, so you're briefing Congress, both sides, and you're in that. I cannot tell the difference between Democrats and Republicans on this issue. So they are united on this issue. I mean, you saw Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. I mean, they were really up in arms when it looked like 5G, China was going to control 5G. So it is. It's the biggest united thing. I can't tell the difference. And by the way, the thing that's really been great to see is that the initiatives that we had whether it was a clean network in terms of creating that enduring strategy that protects data privacy, security, 5G communications, and all the peripherals that go around that. That has continued. The Blue Dot Network has continued. As you know, I did a lot of work in Taiwan. I was the highest ranking State Department official to visit Taiwan in 41 years. And I put together an economic prosperity partnership with Taiwan. My predecessor was just over there and had this second economic prosperity partnership dialogue.
Oh, sorry, your successor.
Yes, yeah, Jose Fernandez. So I was known as the E in government, and so he's the new E. The other thing that we did a lot on is capital market sanctions, because the American investors, and same with European investors, have been unknowingly financing the Chinese Communist Party's surveillance state and military machine and genocide. And so we put on capital market sanctions. President Biden has institutionalized those and added to the list. So I think you're really seeing a continuity of policy there.
That is reassuring then to diplomats listening to this, that they often only see differences. But there is one issue that when I talk to former Trump administration officials, it's January 6th. And the fact that former President Trump is still a kingmaker within the Republican Party and says that January 6th was, okay, that this is a Democrat witch hunt. In our couple minutes that I have left, I mean, what was it like for you being a Trump administration official when that day happened?
Well, I think, this is the thing I really respect about the State Department and the Foreign Service officers, regardless of the drama that goes on in Washington or domestically or the crisis around the world. Our career Foreign Service officers are professionals, and they focus on getting the job done. Obviously, it was a dramatic event, Kim, but nevertheless, it's all about serving the country and serving it. That's why I came. Obviously, was to take back the country.
To Europeans who are watching us and worried that the great leading democracy is eating itself alive, what do you see as a positive sign that this rift could heal back to just two parties who disagree on policy but don't hate each other as viscerally as they seem to now and distrust each other?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of drama on TV and all that kind of stuff, but I'll tell you what, when I'm working, and by the way, I'm working very closely with the executive branch as well, particularly with the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. I work with the intelligence agency. So look, at the end of the day, we're all Americans, and we know we are, the bellwether in terms of democracy. We're that shining light. We're that hope, and we have to protect that with everything we can. And I'll tell you, if there's anything that I learned serving the country, is that the United States federal government, the North Star is national security. And the other thing I learned is that, this 250-year experiment that we have called democracy, you have to fight every day because it goes against all of the laws of nature. The natural order thinks the bad king, the dictator, and the emperor. If it wasn't for the United States, there'd be probably 50 to 100 countries that wouldn't have their freedom. So we have to fight every day for that, Kim. And I'll tell you one thing that's really, really important to that, and I do it every time when I have a press conference, is I thank the press, and I'll tell you why. Because transparency is so key. And when you and to getting that message out, and transparency, I think, is the best disinfectant and the best protector from authoritarianism.
Sunlight is the ultimate sanitizer. Well, that is a very positive way to leave this conversation, that you, from your perspective, are seeing continuity between the Trump and the Biden administration on China and tech policy, and that you're in rooms where Republicans and Democrats are just getting down to business and getting the job done. So with that, Keith Kroc, thank you to you, and thank you to the Aspen Institute of Romania, and I return you all to the conversation in Bucharest.
Thanks so much, Kim. I appreciate it. And to my Romanian friends, te iubesc.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Bucharest Forum. I'm very happy to welcome everyone, both here in the room and online. I think we can take this opportunity of online events or hybrid events to welcome more people than we normally can at such annual editions of the Bucharest Forum. Now we are together in a very interesting panel, at least in my opinion, which deals with the dual challenge of recovery and sustainable development. So today's panel deals with how to finance sustainable recovery in the framework of the dual transformation, digital and climate. And I must admit I am very, very excited about the speakers that we have lined up for today. And before I will introduce them, I keep a moment of suspense. I would like to give the floor to our video message from Commissioner Dombrovskis regarding the sustainable recovery in Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to speak again at the Bucharest Forum. Thank you for inviting me back. The last 2 years have presented an extraordinary challenge for everyone in Europe. Our hard work to tackle the socio-economic damage caused by the pandemic is paying off. The EU economy is bouncing back, helped by a successful vaccination campaign and a rebound in domestic demand. We project GDP growth at 5% this year and at 4.3% for 2022. There are still risks, of course, starting with the evolution and spread of the virus itself. The outlook remains uncertain. However, as we slowly come out of the crisis, it's time to look ahead. We now have a unique chance to bring out our economy's growth potential for a sustainable and lasting recovery, especially with the green and digital transformations. Both will bring business and investor opportunities. So this panel's title and timing is very opportune. Now we have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the RRF, to fund sustainable and lasting recovery. It makes 723.8 billion euros available for member states' recovery programs. Next year will be crucial for putting it into proper effect across Europe. Romania is set to receive 29.2 billion euros in grants and loans from the RRF. It's equivalent to 13% of its 2019 GDP. These payments will help it to finance key investments and reforms included in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. Last week, the European Commission disbursed 1.8 billion euros to Romania in pre-financing, or 13% of the RRF grant allocation. The plan will support Romania in its efforts to decarbonize, with 41% of its RRF spending devoted to supporting climate objectives. It also aims to boost connectivity and digitalize its public administration, healthcare, and educational systems. Realizing these ambitions will increase the competitiveness of Romania's economy and make it more sustainable. It is a unique opportunity to address long-standing challenges. In fact, that applies to all member states. Each one must now put the reforms and investments identified in its recovery plan into full effect. This will be vital for Europe's long-term future, economic potential, and cohesion. Over its lifetime, the RRF will also provide a significant financial push to help us to reach our targets of climate neutrality by 2050 and reducing emissions by 55% by 2030. Achieving these goals will require an entire rethink of how we invest. And it will not be cheap either. And the RRF financing will only last until 2026. Just to meet the 2030 target calls for an extra annual investments of some 355 billion euros over the next decade. This is in addition to some 130 billion euros we will need for other environmental goals. This is why we devised the Sustainable Europe Investment Plan, or SAPE, back in 2020. This should generate at least 1 trillion euros of sustainable investments over the next decade. SAVE provides incentives to unlock and redirect both public and private investment and to support project promoters in planning, designing, and implementing sustainable projects. Here, I would like to thank the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development for supporting us to achieve our climate and environmental goals and for channeling and catalyzing additional funding to do so. However, we know that the lion's share of the climate finance will have to come from the private sector. This is why sustainable finance is so important, for Europe to make a real difference on climate change. We have made a good deal of progress in creating long-term signals to steer financial and capital flows to green investment. It goes hand in hand with a project to build a capital markets union, giving businesses more sustainable investment opportunities and better, more diverse access to financing. Ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude here. I hope that this gives you a flavor of the efforts that we are making for a sustainable and lasting recovery, along with the growth potential from the green and digital transitions. Thank you, and I wish you a successful forum.
So my job has been made so much easier by the fact that we've been introduced into the topic by Commissioner Dombrovskis. Now I only am left with a very, very nice task of introducing our panelists. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. And I believe that based on our conversation throughout the Bucharest Forum, this panel is one that will actually offer some solutions to the current challenges we face. So I will introduce the speakers in the order I see them on the screen. Mr. Mark Davis, Regional Director for Romania and Bulgaria for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Hello. Mr. Mark Davis is the country director based in Bucharest, but prior to joining the EBRD, he has been an executive director with Goldman Sachs in Moscow and worked with Morgan Stanley in London, as well as starting off his career with the World Bank in Washington. Global vision. Next off, I'm thanking Mr. Christian Thompson for his presence here today. Mr. Thompson, hello. Mr. Thompson is Vice President for the European Investment Bank, one of the other major financing arms of the European Union at the moment. He oversees such important areas as urban financing, urban development, housing, social housing, natural resources, bioeconomy, and the future relationship with the UK. I see we have been joined. I will come back to our other speaker, and I'm moving now to, I have to admit, my colleague, so I'm biased, Mr. Liviu Voina, who is a professor of economics at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, but that's his least known characterization. He is currently an executive member of the IMF, and previously he served as budget minister and deputy governor of the National Bank of Romania. Because I started off with the mention that he is also a professor of economics, I have to mention he has an excellent book that just came out this year with Palgrave, which is called Defensive Expectations, and my questions will challenge him on that topic. But the advertisement is my initiative solely, so don't believe that he is too modest to promote his own book, which is, once again, excellent. And then we have Andrei Eftimie, who's an associate partner with Ernst & Young, Romania. Hello, Mr. Eftimie. He has a large experience, 14 years of experience in investment banking. Now we have the private sector perspective as well, not that the EBRD and IIB are not working with the private sector as well. Mr. Eftimie is focused heavily on corporate finance and private equity funds. Now, all our speakers today are excellent choices for discussing how we will finance this sustainable recovery, the dual task of recovering, moving forward, and the dual transformation in the digital and climate. I will start off with Mr. Mark Davis, if it's okay, and ask your perspective on the Romanian case study. So let's dive right into the Romanian case study. Romania has had certain development models so far, and I would ask you, to what extent do you feel it is compatible with these new transformations that we're seeing in the global markets? And to what extent do you think, or what should Romania do to develop what's called sustainable competitiveness in the jargon of the European Commission?
I'm having some connectivity problems, so hopefully the line will last. I'll try to be relatively brief. I like this term, competitive sustainability.
Or you to check your
it's an opportunity
sound.
to converge
I think you're
with
muted.
Europe.
I don't know if
we estimated 2030 if everything went right. 2040 in a month.
We can't hear you here, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Oh, yes, now we could hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I have some connectivity issues. I like this term, competitive sustainability. It's an opportunity for Romania to converge with Europe potentially quicker. Our base case is 2030, muddle-through case at 2040, with the potential never or in a very long time converging with European living standards. The first thing, I think, signals matter. The country should set an ambitious national carbon neutral target. You might as well go for it and get ahead of the new global supply chain in energy efficiency and carbon reduction. Further, yeah, I can't.
No, we can hear you well, Mr. Davis. Before we re-establish the connection, Mr. Thompson, can you hear us well? Mr. Thompson, are you hearing us? No. Let me jump off to whom might hear me. Professor Vojna, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Because we already heard one small bit of Mr. Davis' intervention, which deals with large financing opportunities that we're having laid ahead of us in Romania. I would ask you for a critical assessment. What are the risks? What lies ahead? Now we're talking about large opportunities for financing, but that won't last forever. What do you expect to happen in the medium to long term, and what are the risks for Romania?
Well, let me start a little bit with a overall picture, which is that the massive fiscal package during the pandemic in Romania and elsewhere around the globe really helped the economy, prevented a much more severe economic contraction and larger job losses. And prevented also further deepening of inequality due to challenges of rising unemployment, impaired access to education, and mobility constraints. But this fiscal support packages have raised everywhere government deficits and debt to unprecedented levels. For example, global debt stock grew in only 1 year by almost 1/3, reaching now more than 250% of GDP, globally speaking. And although fiscal deficits in 2021 are projected to shrink in most countries, also in Romania, as pandemic-related support expires or winds down, revenues recover to some extent. Still, these numbers are much larger than before the pandemic, and uncertainty concerning fiscal outlooks. And now I'm referring to Europe, US, to the global economy in general, not only to Romania, remains unusually high. On the upside, faster than expected vaccinations could expedite an end to the pandemic, boosting revenue collections and reducing the need for additional fiscal support. On the downside, the more protracted economic downturn, tightening of financing conditions amid high debt, volatility in commodity prices, which we see, could inhibit the recovery. In general, the longer the pandemic, the larger the challenges for public finances. Returning to pre-pandemic debt levels would require larger primary fiscal balances than before the pandemic, which is very difficult, given not only crisis-related spending, but also pre-existing pressures coming from structural factors such as aging populations. The appropriate timing to reduce deficits is country-specific and depends on stage of the pandemic, existing vulnerabilities, risk of permanent economic scaring, quality of public spending, and many more. So against this backdrop, fiscal policy priorities should include, in my opinion, continuing support as needed while vaccinations proceed and the recovery strengthens. However, this support should be better targeted to the vulnerable social groups and companies. Pursuing a green, digital, and inclusive transformation of the economy, actually taking this opportunity to undertake reforms in this area, tackling long-standing weaknesses in public finances once the recovery is firmly in place, because let me be clear, although the paradigm has shifted towards, away from austerity and towards fiscal support, the laws of economics have not changed, and you cannot do this forever. Developing medium-term fiscal strategies to manage fiscal and financing risks, and renewing efforts to achieve sustainable development goals. Overall, the global economy is nowadays in a better place than it was a year ago, let's say. But an important challenge has appeared, which is inflation. High rise in inflation across the globe. It might stall the fast recovery, determine an early fiscal and monetary tightening, and affect most vulnerable social groups. And the uncertainty about inflation prospects primarily stems from the path of the pandemic, the duration of the supply disruptions, which we witness now, and how inflation expectations may evolve. If we look at the determinants of inflation, of this spike in inflation, they are mostly transitory in nature. I mean, you have the base effects from falling inflation in the previous year, a recovery in demand which was driven not by wages but by one-off support measures, so increase in disposable income rather than increase in wages. Permanent supply side bottlenecks and shipping delays, which again are not permanent, and large increase in energy prices, especially gas. And here, because you are so kind to have an introduction referring to my book, let me say that I have there and I introduce there a new an alternate measure of economic slack, which is cumulative wage gap, which is basically the cumulative loss of wealth since a pre-crisis peak. Well, in most advanced and emerging economies, this cumulative wage gap is still negative and far from closing, which suggests that the current inflationary pressures may recede in the future from the demand side. And also another argument for this transitory inflation is the success of the fiscal support packages themselves, which led to closing the output gaps much faster than in previous crises. And because of this, the excess savings accumulated during the crisis are now being transformed into consumption, which should not have lasting effects because there is only a limited amount of these savings. Therefore, the rise in inflation rates can be expected to be transitory. However, under pressure to contain inflationary expectations, central banks, some of them have already started a tightening cycle, and others are expected to gradually at least reduce their asset purchases programs. Well, to conclude, because I think I already spoke too much, policies at the national level should continue to be tailored to local pandemic and economic conditions while protecting the credibility of policy frameworks, meaning on fiscal policy, as pandemic persists and fiscal space is limited in some countries, support measures will need to become increasingly targeted to the worst affected. So there is a fine-tuning, a balance of risk between large and growing public and private debt on the one hand, and the risk of premature withdrawal of fiscal support on the other hand. And on monetary policy, central banks should be prepared to quickly respond if inflation expectations start to be de-anchored and the recovery strengthens faster than expected.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vojna. I think this is one of the better news of today, that inflation is transitory. I know the world economy is quite careful with this aspect, while we are in the face of massive financing packages for the recovery. And this brings us to our speaker, Olga Algayerova. Mrs. Olga Algayerova is the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Prior to her appointment, she served as permanent representative of Slovakia to the international organizations in Vienna and as State Secretary to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I turn to you to ask you about, so we had the macroeconomic perspective from Professor Vojna, and now I would like to turn to you to ask you about the new financial instruments regarding the sustainable recovery. We need to finance the recovery in an inclusive, green, smart, and sustainable manner. So probably we would need to look at new mechanisms of doing so. So what is your take on the new financial instruments that are available to the world economy and Romania in particular?
Good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Yes. I fully agree with His Excellency Minister on inflation and fiscal and monetary stimulus packages, all that important. I want to take a little bit different perspective, but it's like additional. And I strongly believe that adherence to international best practice is key for increasing investor confidence, even in this situation that we see today, and creates suitable conditions for mobilizing financing for sustainable development. In this regard, international cooperation has much to offer by facilitating the identification of policy lessons and the development of international agreed standards and regulatory frameworks, thus making collective action possible for better results. And this is what we do at UNECE, as UNECE is a technical organization that develops exactly norms, standards, legal instruments, guidelines in a variety of fields related to sustainable development through the participation of 18,000 experts from our 56 member states and also from industry, academia, civil society, etc. And these tools constitute a rich body of international best practice that can indeed increase investors' confidence. This is why I wish to encourage all countries, including Romania, to use the cooperative platforms offered by the UN and, of course, other international organizations, and to incorporate standards, norms, and regulatory frameworks that promote sustainable development into their plans, policies, and projects to improve their attractiveness to investors. And let me give you a few concrete examples based on UNECE's experience. First, in order to make our project sustainable and attract investors, we need to assess the environmental impact of activities early in the planning process. International financial institutions are increasingly calling to integrate the principles of public participation and environmental impact assessment in their climate-related investment projects. And normative UNECE tools provide frameworks for how this can be done. For example, we have the Convention on Access to Information, Public Participation in Decision-Making, and Access to Justice in environmental matters. In short, it's called Aarhus Convention. or the Convention on Environmental Impact Assessment in transboundary context, so-called ESPO Convention. So these norms are routinely used by multilateral development banks in the UNEC region when considering their investment projects. We have collaborated with EIB in this context, and our norms are also used by the EBRD and also the World Bank. The second example could be, for instance, green finance products must have mechanisms in place that assist in the selection of projects, but even more importantly, in the collection and verification of related performance information. So here, environmental statistics and other indicators that may be collected as part of other reporting obligations are key. And again, international cooperation is critical to develop sound, comparable data and also to provide support to countries for applying best practice statistical methodologies. UNEC supports its member states in the statistical arena. For example, this year we hosted the Expert Forum for Producers and Users of Climate Change Related Statistics, which discussed information needs and measurement challenges related to green finance and the role of national statistics offices and addressing them. Another example is private sector involvement is key to obtain sufficient financing for sustainable development. Governments simply don't have the resources to do it all themselves, but public initiatives or finances will shape the space for private investment, in particular through appropriate regulations. And the collaboration can take the form of well-structured public-private partnerships that are aligned with the SDGs and Agenda 2030. Those PPPs can be used for infrastructure development, the provision of public services, and a wide range of sectors that are relevant for sustainable development. UNEC again is engaged in the elaboration of guidelines and standards that promote PPPs while ensuring the public interests are well protected. Our guidelines for, we call them people first PPPs, are freely available for any member state. My last example would be focus on the high impact sectors with strong employment opportunities that can also help. One such sector is, for instance, buildings. Buildings are responsible for 40% of greenhouse gas emissions due to energy services they require. The tools exist to make our buildings more energy efficient, which will lead to a strong reduction in resource demand and thus lowering also the cost and also support climate goals. Again, here we can lean on international best practice. For example, UNEC has developed framework guidelines for energy efficiency standards in buildings, which aim to improve building and energy performance and reduce embodied carbon and energy. This work has already drawn significant interest from our donors. We are also carrying out an assessment of market and financing mechanisms to support the introduction of new energy resource efficient approaches to deliver high performance buildings. This will help scale up finance availability and create sustainable financing models to support the decarbonization of the housing stock. So far, I hope I have been able to add some food for thought to the discussion from the UN perspective. Thank you for attention. Looking forward to our joint discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with us because hopefully at the end of this first round we might have some questions from our audience. A lot of our viewers are online, and I'm sure your interesting remarks have laid the ground for further discussions. But I would now turn to Mr. Christian Thompson, if you can hear me. Mr. Christian Thompson. So, hello, I don't think we can hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Oh, great, now I can hear you. So what I was going to ask you is, you know, you represent an institution whose growing role in the European economy is obvious. We are talking more and more about an investment state within the developed world, and within the European Union, the EIB is playing a major part in this new investment wave. But if we're talking of member states, we must acknowledge their different stages, the different ages of investments, if I should paraphrase my colleagues in the academia. And member states like Romania have different investment needs than Western member states. And I would ask you, how should Romania develop its investment strategy within the framework of the EIB so that it can continue its catching up process while developing new economic capabilities?
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to the German Marshall Fund and the Aspen Institute for the invitation to participate today. Countries in Central Eastern and Southeastern Europe have made quite good use of the EU membership to integrate their economies more strongly with Europe. And as you also mentioned, to catch up in incomes coming closer to European peers. Indeed, also Romania have successfully integrated in the single market and takes part in global and in European value chains. At EIB, we are proud to have been part of this successful transformation. During the crisis, particularly, the Romanian economy has shown resilience, contracting less than EU peers, and is now looking set for a very strong rebound. But we also think that the world after the pandemic will be different. COVID has worked to accelerate change, and the EU has now set out to be a greener, more digital, and more innovative Europe. This twin transition towards greener and more digital is an opportunity to transform our economies, create opportunities, and lay the foundations for sustainable growth and jobs. But the twin transition also holds challenges for Romania. And let me point to three. Firstly, it will require deep transformation. Romania and the other Central and Eastern European economies have been food shots opposers only a few decades ago. The transition then from planned to market economy shares important similarities with the twin transition in terms of depth and breadth, and both mark fundamental shifts in the way economies work and produce. But both transitions are ultimately also societal transformations, as they will require fundamental changes in people's behavior and norms. The transition from communism led to a quick and strong polarization and deepening of inequalities in previously rather egalitarian societies. And for many citizens, it was a hard lesson to learn that skills and norms and actions that were adequate and conducive to success in a planned economy became obsolete in a market economy. It should be avoided that this new transition leads to larger inequalities and leave people behind. Addressing skill shortages is crucial to maintain growth in the long term and ensure that the transition is inclusive. And this requires active support, putting people in a position to grasp the opportunities of change and managing expectations, also to avoid disillusionment. Secondly, the past months have clearly shown how much digital technologies have already been changing our ways of doing business and our daily lives, and the pandemic seems to actually have sped up this process. And data from our recent large-scale investment survey shows that when it comes to the adoption of key digital technologies, some innovative firms in the region are actually on par with EU peers. But also that most Central and Eastern European economies are regarded as modest or moderate innovators, and limited availability of skills is holding back innovative firms. Thirdly, EU citizens believe that climate change is the most serious problem that the world is actually facing, and we see the societal shift happening and European and global ambitions to fight climate change being stepped up. Those not reacting to and participating in the green transition risk ending up in the wrong place. It takes about 2 times more energy to produce 1 unit of GDP in the region than across the EU on average. Large-scale industrial transformation will be required over the coming years. And in fact, Very significant carbon reductions could be achieved through, for example, less energy use in buildings, greening transport, and investing in renewable electricity. This decade is critical. Countries missing the paradigm shift and revert back to pre-pandemic standards risk locking themselves in for longer. So, to sum up, to continue the process of economic development or catch up, the four elements mentioned here, greening, digitalization, innovation, and strengthening the skill base, need to come together. And I believe that this is the areas where investment should be focused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I would turn to our speaker, Andrei Eftimie. I hope you can hear us well. What I would ask you... Perfect. What I would ask you is to disentangle a little bit. I know at the EU level and in the broader theoretical framework, we're discussing of the global transition, of the new economic model. But climate transition and digital transition are, at the end of the day, two separate things. And for Romania, there are different capabilities and different vulnerabilities in each of those. So, because you're quite familiar with the Romanian context and the Romanian economy, I would ask you to characterize a little bit each of these transformations and what lies ahead for Romania, again, in terms of its capabilities and vulnerabilities.
Sure. That is a very good question, Clara. Thank you very much. So when you talk about digital, I believe you're referring to digitalization and green energy as two verticals which will seemingly need to be synchronized in the context of, let's say, the new world and the new economy. What I would say here is that we're speaking more about a synchronization between public and private sectors rather than synchronization between the two main drivers of economic activity for the foreseeable future, which are the digitalization and green energy. And ultimately, we're speaking about investment and investing activities in these two directions that need to be coordinated at both public and private sector levels. In my opinion, it is not an issue of having funds readily available. It's more just a matter of how we implement and coordinate the two constituents, which are the public sector and the private sector. Just take the example for the RRF, for instance. I mean, you see a significant amount of funds mobilized for digitalization of public infrastructure, innovation funding, and green energy. And I believe the amounts are close to €1.5 billion for the digitalization of public infrastructure and e-healthcare, and slightly more than €3 billion for green energy investments, as well as green efficiency programs. And I guess the main challenge for us as a country was not necessarily the availability of funding, was the absorption and utilization of EU funds to drive investment activity and close the gap versus our Western European peers. And this challenge, I believe, will remain and continue being a drag on our economic activity and development unless we get smarter in utilizing EU funds, which, as I mentioned before, they are plentiful. Regarding private financing markets, especially in the renewable space, there is a lot of hype and appetite for new projects. I mean, if you look globally, our colleagues estimate the need of funding for green energy anywhere in between $5 and $6 trillion US. And we're seeing both commercial investment banks issuing green bonds, which is a clear message that they earmark capital for green projects. Additionally, we also notice and we note strong interest from IFIs, the likes of EBRD, IFC, EIB, and so forth, to not only invest, but also to advise on energy efficiency projects. So it's an interesting combination where, you know, a true provider of development capital not only supports the energy transformation with capital, but also with advisory work. What's also very interesting as far as private financing markets, and I'm specifically referring here to financing renewable projects. We witness the transition from a subsidized business model, which was supported, you know, by feed-in tariffs, green certificates, CFDs, and so forth, to a corporate PPA market. And so the risk from a bank's perspective and internal models at the bank perspective, they need to adapt and change, because the risk is no longer on the public sector. The risk shifts to the private sector. While this shift has already happened in Western markets, and some more nimble Eastern European economies, I would say, such as Poland, things are still very much in progress for Romania, where the PPA regulatory framework is yet to be clarified. We're seeing projects and seeing transactions which are backed by PPA agreements, which are essentially sale of energy to private consumers, meaning industrial consumers. But this is, you know, there are very few in between when compared to what happens in, let's say, Western markets. And this is a perfect example between the synchronization that we need to have between the public sector and the private sector. Because the funds are available, the financing models adapt to the new economic realities, but at the same time, you also need clarity around the regulatory framework, so you make things happen and enable the flow of investments in green energy projects and the overall economy. So just to conclude, it is what Olga also suggested and discussed from a you know, PPP perspective, but here it's not only necessarily a partnership for a specific project, but more so coordination both from a regulatory standpoint as well as a framework financing standpoint. So that would be my concluding remark.
Thank you, Mr. Eftimie. And I must admit you've added an important layer, which was implicit in the description of the panel, but I think it's important to have it out there one more time. I think we were already framing the conversation around this temporal loop between the sustainable transformations, the sustainable economy, which was set up before the crisis or ignited in terms of ideas, and now it's been facilitated with new financing instruments, and the current recovery context post or during pandemic. So that's the temporal dimension. The second one is the sectorial dimension, which is digitalization and green economy, as you mentioned. And the third, which was not in the title, but you accurately pointed to it, and all the speakers have as well, it's the partnership between public and private sector, which is something that we keep coming back to in this forum throughout the panels, because we are talking about this new economic model, which implicitly involves that. And I think it's a very important structuring to have in mind. Now, I just received some questions from our audience, and with your acceptance, I would like to address them to you. I will formulate them to all of you, and then you can choose who wants to answer. I know some aspects have been touched upon, but I think it's worth referring to them in more depth. For example, one of the questions is, which are the leading sectors for investments in Romania in the new climate economy? And I know Mrs. Algaerova already mentioned some best practices, as well as Mr. Thompson, but any of you who want to pick up on this question, I would be very grateful for your input.
if I may.
Yes, Mrs.
May I?
Algaerova.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can hear you all very well.
Okay. The first response to your question comes to my mind, the energy sector, you know, because we need to decarbonize, and energy is for me like a bottom SDG for all other SDGs, you know. Without energy, with energy we can remove or reduce poverty, hunger, consumption, production. So it's a base for everything. So energy would be the first one for me. Of course, you have much more. I was mentioning in my preceding words also the construction sector with buildings. But I come back to energy, and this would be my straightforward response. Maybe my colleagues have another opinion I would like to hear, but just starting the discussion from somewhere. Back to you.
Mr. Thompson, I know you've highlighted some key sectors for investments as well. Would you like to pick up on that as well?
Thank you. And I didn't hear the question exactly, but on the energy investments, I certainly share the importance of these with the former speaker, and there's a huge sort of transformation in the energy sector to go on in Romania, and in the Romanian plants, gas is sort of the transition technology for some of it. Our bank, the EIB, cannot be part of it. We do not finance gas anymore because of the way we define our climate goals. But we actually also think that renewables could have a large role to play in Romania also. There are some regulatory questions around it, which makes it difficult for private investors and also financiers like us to actually go into these projects on a large scale. But the Romanian government has been working on these, but there would still be some issues that could be solved, which would sort of make it more smooth or make renewables and an alternative to gas also, which we think would be in a more balanced transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I would turn to Mr. Vojna and Mr. Iftimiev for the second question, which from the audience, which has to do with how could the private sector mediate the risk of the transition to a new economic model? And I suspect the question refers to the losers of the transition or the vulnerable groups.
Well, I think the private sector is going to sort things out, by itself, right? Because this is what happens, right? I mean, the winners are going to be winners, and the losers are going to be losers, and that's it. And it's a free market economy, and that's what's ultimately going to happen. Where I think the public sector importance role is also in supporting the impact on let's say sectors which will not be a part of the economy 10-15 years from now, and recalibrate resources to support the sectors that will drive the economy going forward. So I think that's what needs to be done. And also, I like the Nordic model, where there is a significant amount of public investment that's going to drives innovation, and they put a lot of money to work in innovation, and that's the reason why they have the successes that they have, and they lead the European way in terms of technology innovation and so forth. Also picking back on your previous question, having the public sector fund innovation, I think that's going to be an important step going forward as we transition to the new economic model. why is that important? That's important because innovation equals productivity, and then productivity equals a better GDP per capita or prosperity for the nation and better lifestyle. So that's what I would say to that.
Thank you, Mr. Vojna.
Yes. First of all, let me answer also the previous question partially, because one role for the private sector is to be involved in public-private partnerships, and especially in the energy sector. I think the Free Seas initiative is a very good framework to undertake such joint projects, moreover cross-border projects that would deliver results while while observing limited fiscal space that countries in the region have. But advancing, joint interests of public and private sector, especially in the energy sector, which is going forward. Of course, it's the main investment target, and of course, it depends how you classify gas here. But I think Romania, for example, has a huge potential of investments in the energy sector, and it should also develop, as I said, the cross-border projects in this area. Going in depth to answer to your second question, well, I think we should we should all agree that this transition, all these climate change mitigation policies are not cost-free, and climate change itself is not neutral, not even to inflation, if you want. It poses significant risks to financial stability as well. So it is imperative to be addressed, and it cannot be addressed without revenue mobilization. I mean, if you want more investments, you need more money. Bottom line. So for revenue mobilization, IMF, for example, has recently published a report advising for concrete policy actions to tackle climate change, following the UN COP26 this November. And the first one would be an international carbon price floor adjusted to country circumstances. Then a green public investment program and research subsidies. Then targeted transfer schemes to households adversely affected by the climate policies. And where the private sector could play a major role, strengthening the global climate information architecture, data disclosures, taxonomies, transparency, a lot of data gaps at this point, which prevent the design of better policies. But I think the key here is a joint effort towards revenue mobilization, and then to better allocate the money.
Thank you. And indeed, I would also add to quote from the latest German governing program that public investments should be, or public capital should be used to de-risk private investments. I believe that's very much the approach of European financial instruments at the moment. And my own question for the speakers would be, within this complex framework, it's very complex. We're talking about synchronizing public and private capital. We're talking about a cross-sectorial transformation, which might have different winners and different losers. Within all this complexity, how do you strengthen the technical capacity of public institutions in Romania to make the best use of the available opportunities. And I think that's a short question to all our panelists in the final question of this panel. Yes.
If I may to start, it is not only about Romania, it's generally I can observe in the member states. And the same happens also in our sub-programs at the United Nations. We all work in silos. So to merge the capacities and forces and to work together. And, maybe you don't know, but my favorite topic is circular economy, you know, and it goes through several sectors. It's Ministry of Environment, Energy, Transport, Housing, even I mentioned the role of statistics. I know it's very difficult and challenging because sometimes the ministers are from different political parties and they don't cooperate well, but as the Agenda 2030 is so interlinked, you know, so we need to connect, we need to see those interlinkages just to address the problem as a whole and focus our capacities jointly through we call it the whole of the government approach. So it would be my advice also for Romania. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. From our investment survey, this large-scale investment survey of European companies, we see that was sometimes holding back investments in Romania is uncertainty about regulation and taxation. That's sort of a separate issue. But also access to finance seems to be a larger problem in Romania than in many other parts of Europe. And we think that access to finance will in fact be crucial. Also including sort of in the form of more risk capital and like a venture debt, which is still less available in Romania and also less relied on in Romania than in many other European countries. In the EIB, we will increase our efforts to provide Romanian companies with needed investments in this respect. And also we're actually proud to have been chosen by the Romanian authorities to implement part of the resilience plan or the recovery funds in this respect to allocate resources to private sector investment. But there are some challenges on the financial side also.
Thank you. Should we move to Mr. Vojna?
Yeah, so I believe the role of the public sector is fundamental in securing this transition. I don't believe in the fact that losers are losers and the winners are winners. Is not a given fact. It can be and should be influenced so that overall to be a win-win transition. I believe that the authorities should use all funding opportunities, all financing opportunities, but set clear priorities, because not all investment projects are equal. They don't have equal benefits, not equally efficient. So set clear priorities, use all funding opportunities. Look also at public-private partnerships. Be part of the. You know what? This is not. There is no textbook yet on this, on how to do this transition. Solutions are still emerging, so we should be part of these negotiations of these emerging solutions, and also take all. Access all technical assistance that is available from international organizations, because we should, if there is best practice, we should use it. Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Iftimie?
Well, sure. I agree with everything what my colleagues on the panel mentioned. Again, it's just a matter of coordination of public sector and private sector. well, winners are winners and losers are losers. I mean, this is, you know, a function of the economy, and that's you know, the beauty of the market economy. But this doesn't mean that we're talking about a situation where essentially there will be no support for those who are losing. And that support and reconversion is in the hands of the public sector, which from that perspective will act as a resource reallocator to the sectors that are performing at that, and that will drive the economy going forward.
Thank you very much. I think we've had a lot on our plate today. Once again, great many thanks to Mr. Olga Algaerova, Mr. Christian Thompson, Mr. Andrei Timie, and Mr. Liviu Voina. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. And I do hope we will meet at one point in person on the stage of the Bucharest Forum. But until then, thank you so much for being with us online.
morning from Bucharest, and welcome to our fourth panel today at Bucharest Forum, Technology, AI, and Innovation. I'm very honored today to have with me Mr. Il Bajraktari. I believe he's online with us. Mrs. Cecilia Bonfeldal from Digital Europe, also virtual participation. Mr. Cristian Cristoiu here with me, thank you. Mr. Mihai Vașcu, also online, CEO and founder Modex. Now we have everybody on the screen. I said hello to everybody, thank you for being with us. Mr. Răzvan Atim, General Manager Eastern Europe UiPath, and Bogdan Patriniche, Chief Executive Officer Credit Sky. Thank you for being with us. Since we have very short time and quite a number of participants, I will try to keep a good track of the time and ask everybody from the very beginning to be aware of this. Thanking you in advance for considering it. Now, as I mentioned, as it mentioned in the session presentation, one of the main topics is related to challenges posed by the new technologies, looking in particular at improving resilience in the context of technology-related threats. I notice, if you want, three main approaches and three main views on the subject. Firstly, technology is dangerous. Technology is a threat, and it's like a voice saying, be aware. Secondly, the technology is an opportunity, an enabler, an accelerator of transformation, like a voice saying, speed up. And sometimes you have it on the same time. You have a voice saying, speed up, a voice saying, be aware of the threats, and so on. But thirdly, for many of the players in the field, it's just regular business. And I have the chance to have today three companies today that are just working like this. And it's quite interesting to see these points. So I'll take the opportunity of having some important panelists today to address these approaches. How do you see the technology impact? Is it a threat? Is it an opportunity? And beyond this, how should be treated at the level of society? In the first part of our session, I would like to ask our panelists to bring a broader view on the subject, starting from US to Europe and then going back to Romania. And in the second part, to go a little bit in detail. So, due to the short time, as I mentioned, I will jump straight to you. And I will start with Mr. Bajraktari, the CEO and of Special Competitive Studies Project and former Executive Director of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. Mr. Bajraktari, you played an important role in the document and the final report the National Security Commission on AI issued. I noted, and I want to quote correctly, I noted one of the phrases: the US government is not prepared to defend the United States in the coming artificial intelligence era. AI applications are transforming existing threats, creating new classes of threats, and further emboldening state and non-state adversaries to exploit vulnerabilities to our open society. Can I ask you to tell you more about this? Are they specific only to US, or is it more of a global story? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks to the Bucharest Forum for hosting me today. It's a pleasure to be on a panel with such a distinguished guests. Until October 1st, for your background, I led the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. I just want to explain a little bit to the international audience, how does the United States Congress create these commissions? So there are two types of commissions. There are commissions that Congress creates after something has happened and they wanted to investigate, so like the background of those events. For example, the most famous commission probably in our country is the 9/11 Commission. And then there are other commissions, the agenda-setting commissions, where Congress feels that there is no clear ownership within our federal agencies and departments of who owns that policy, who develops the strategy. And in the case of artificial intelligence, there was a broad sense in the US Congress that there are two trends happening right now. One is that this is such a promising and, as you said, technology that can bring a lot of opportunities as well as challenges. But the second element that I think really struck our United States Congress was that China has seized this technology as an opportunity to leapfrog, the rest of the world by investing, by putting a strategic guidance in how they're going to achieve these goals, and really by increasing support for their domestic private sector companies to become global leader on artificial intelligence by 2030. And so with these two elements in the background, Congress created the AI Commission on this side of the pond. And what we did for the last 2+ years is we looked at everything that our federal agencies do in terms of AI, how they use it, how fast they adopt this promising technology, and what they can do more with that. And as you said, we came to the conclusion that there are two broad factors here. One is that our country is not ready for the AI-enabled threats, and threats in this space come in a variety of forms. And then the second piece is that in order for us to benefit by the promise of this technology, we have to be AI ready by 2025. And we can talk more during the Q&A questions session about what does that mean. There are 4 big elements that we came to the conclusion in our final report. One is that leadership matters, that our federal agencies need to have a top-down approach of how they adopt and accelerate use of AI. So that's the first bucket of recommendations we have in our final report. The second one is that people matter. The only way we stay ahead in how we adopt and use artificial intelligence is, how much our domestic talent pool of AI educated students are. How do we bring those people faster into government, and how can we utilize their skills for this particular technology? The third element of our recommendations really evolves around hardware. AI really relies on the hardware we need, and this piece, the semiconductors, which now I think everybody's aware of, plays a critical role in terms of how much power these computers have and what kind of AI-enabled algorithms and everything else they can produce. And so the semiconductor piece was really critical in our final report. And then the last piece really here is like the innovation culture we foster here domestically and with our allies and partners to stay ahead in AI-enabled future. And so we have a set of recommendations of how you foster joint research and development, how you create people talent, how do you foster a better collaborative environment between private sector and public sector. But those 4 buckets really are the center of our final report that is 759 pages at length. The 2 underlying themes in our final report are just last point here is values. We need to stay true to our values. Our technology should reflect the values, the norms, and the responsible way how we use these technologies. This is how it makes us different than China. And then the second piece is the role of allies and partners. We are better because of the network of allies and partners we have around the world. And so we have to create platforms that addresses concerns that our allies and partners have about these platforms. And also together we can chart principles on how this technology should be used in the future. I'll stop there and I'll look forward to the conversation.
For having quite a broad approach on this, and explaining the threat side mostly, but also the challenges that we have on this area. I will move to Mrs. Bonfaldal. Digital Europe brings together over 35,000 businesses who operate and invest in Europe, and I must admit is quite an impressive number. And as Mr. Bajaktari was saying, he has a aim of 2025 to figure out on the AI side. And I noticed that you released in 2019 a set of 20 key success indicators for Europe that Europe should aim to achieve by 2025, the same year, for its digitalization process. 2025 is like tomorrow. How is Europe doing? Where is Europe now? Please. I don't think we hear you.
I think was on sound.
It's okay now. It's okay now. You can.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. And yes, I mean, if we look at Europe, we have, I put for 2 years. The Commission that stepped in and released our manifesto, and the KPI has put in place really a strategy that is to a high degree focusing on digital enabling of the society and of course of the industry also. How are we doing? We're still far behind. If we look at our investment rate on artificial intelligence, quantum and other technologies, we're far behind the rest of the world. But we still have a lot of talent here in Europe, and we have a base of scientists and researchers that is quite unique. And recently we have really seen a huge focus from the European Commission in investing in Europe. Also, for example, NATO is playing a major role in this. They have just launched their new investment fund linked to something called Diana, a scale-up really investing in dual technologies in Europe and with the allied nations. So there is a lot of things going on. But if we look at, for example, the skills, we know that we will be missing 350,000 cybersecurity specialists just in 2023. This is really a huge amount. And only 27% of the SMEs in Europe are actually have any kind of a cybersecurity strategy or protection. So we have still a long way to go. And I think what we see now in the geopolitical picture here is that the nations that, and especially Asia, that has been having a really targeted strategy towards STEM skills, towards digitalization, both in mergers and acquisitions, but also really in developing their own society, they have really taken a big leap. I must say, with the crisis, there has really been, for the first time, this discussion in Europe about resilience, about critical supply, like, for example, just mentioned the microchips, quantum computing, many of the other things that are quite critical for the society to function. And what we see now is a new strategy on how to collaborate on critical supply to make the society in Europe much more resilient. I would say, I think I was as a part of also the TTC, so the new Transatlantic Technology and Trade Council, and I think that Blinken really caught the essence of this. That the nations that has the highest rate of high education and skills in technology also has a competitive advantage. So if we look right now, industry carry the majority of the skills and innovations coming in the technology area, meaning that it is absolutely crucial for governments, for institutions to have a close collaboration with private sector to be able to be resilient in the future. And this is exactly why we see a lot of these common investment projects, common investment funds. So, I mean, both from a competitive standpoint, from I would say, financial stability standpoint of societies, but also from a security angle. Technology, governments, and private sector are totally interlinked. And of course, stability will really, to a high degree, depend on how we collaborate with our partners.
I will move here in the room with Mr. Cristian Cristoiu. The education part was mentioned, the connection between the private sector and the public sector also, the transfer that we can make in terms of technology advancement between them. How do you see how the EY as looking at these challenges, if you want?
Thank you, Radu, for the question, and also thanks to the Aspen Institute Romania for inviting me over to talk on these very tropical themes. Maybe first, just a very short comment on the legal dichotomy of the public sector and private sector, right? Because when we talk about technology, in fact, there is a strong dependency, there is a very strong interoperability between the two, right? And there are many things that need to work together hand in hand. And to be honest, this is where one field where consultancy firms like we do business. Let me try to explain this. If we take, for example, a field like data, right? We're talking here about artificial intelligence. So in the last probably 10, 15 years, there were major advancements in both technology and commercial viability of the technology that enabled public but also private entities to store vast amounts of data, to analyze, to collect and analyze. And that in time has driven a lot of the, let's say, autonomous type of decisions to be done, right, with very little intervention from the human beings. Now that begs the question, are we taking the right decision based on the right data, completeness of data? How do we spot the biases? And this is when it comes to the public sector, right, and to entities affiliated to the public sector, to have a regulation and to have policies in place that try to reduce the misuse and also try to, say, level the playing field for all the actors, right, bring fairness to the ground. These are inherently associated with risk type of, let's say, decisions, right? But at the same time, such regulations need to bring opportunities to the wider community, right? And I'm talking here, for example, about the private entities that have to create services that, in the end, bring value to the citizen, right? So empower the citizen to lead a better life. So there is this constant dialogue that needs to be between the private and the public entity. Now, in order to have a dialogue, you need typically a dialogue. Actually, it's best when both parties are equally educated or have a minimum education in terms of, in this case, digital technologies and the benefits and also the threats. So education is absolutely key, and I think in this context, we're also talking about a certain ability to spot change, right? The empathic, say kind of education to spot these societal values when it comes to technology. So public sector employees, for that matter, that are equipped with a certain know-how, right, with a certain level of and are convinced actually on the benefits of technology, they can come up with regulations and they come up with projects that are actually driving further this value. So, one example that comes to mind is the cloud, is the governmental cloud that has been listed also in the National Resilience and Recovery Plan with a very generous budget. But in this case, in my opinion, it needs a lot of input also from the private entities. And this comes primarily from the fact that such an initiative, it's not just the hardware, right? It's not just machines that you purchase. It's primarily actually applications and software and services that need to be somehow put together, identified, technology decisions being taken, and obviously prioritization, so that, again, right, the citizen actually comes first, right? And then we're talking here also about a segment which is called, let's say, customer experience, or it should be citizen experience, because we want these services to be adopted, to be used by the citizen, not just being somewhere there in the cloud. Maybe a third point that I would tackle, and this was tackled also in the previous panel, quite interesting, was the partnerships. I mean, private-public partnerships are crucial in this age. Private entities are probably, let's say, better equipped in this respect, right? Because we all the time use consortiums to deliver or to tackle challenging projects. This basically means trust in other companies and in your fellow partners. It means also responsibility for the work you do. And I think the public sector fundamentally can learn from the private sector on how to do that and how to expand that. I mean, there is clearly numerous examples in the public sector, and this needs to be encouraged. If you take general administration, healthcare, education, police force, and so on and so forth. And from that perspective, there is a lot that can be achieved. And maybe the last one, and I would end here, it's the benefits of the technology, right? I think I see here in the panel and the fellow panelists a lot of the technology forums I've seen before as well. I mean, I'm a big fan, for example, of government open data, because we're talking about government cloud, right? I think the OECD initiative is absolutely crucial and can bring Romania a bit of a leapfrog in the technology and also the economic environment, economic system. Sorry. because I've seen it, right? I was part of one of such project, and it brings revenue, right? Just putting the data back to the actors, to the actors in a society, relevant sets of data can create economic value and new revenue streams. Technologies like automation, technologies like blockchain, for example, right? I see Mihai on the panel as well, right? I think they permit from the financial services into the wider public sector healthcare, and they tackle with very important issues today like trust, like interoperability, obviously platforms that also link processes together. They tackle other type of issues like legacy systems, silos, and so on and so forth. And I would say ultimately, just in the ending point, that yes, technology brings risks when it comes to cyber, right? I mean, cyber threats are very valid. I mean, this concern is very valid, but I think it's doing automation and technology is doing much more positive for us as a society and as a country than the threats it brings.
Yeah, and in reality, many of the companies that we have today somehow are aware of the threats, but they went straight on. And,
of course, you can't stop evolution.
Exactly. So yes, I will move to Mr. Razvan Atim, if he's here with us today. UiPath needs no introduction here in Romania, but it's one of the big winners, if I may say so, of digital transformation process. And there's no doubt that the challenges that were mentioned before are part of your daily business, if I may say so. How UiPath is looking at this? Is more of a threat or more of an opportunity? How do you see
it? Well, I think, again, we all agree in the end that we need to utilize the technology for good. Yeah, always for good. So we'll do assessments and progress in that direction. We have done a lot of progress so far. So I think the progress will develop even more based on this, incentivizing, let's say, COVID situation. Yeah. So there will be a lot of progress into AI research, but again, it's the technology that helps. It's the technology for good, like creating these machine learning models to read the brain scans, to degrade the doctors from taking that time and wasting so much time in receiving the scans and reading by themselves a lot of patients and so on. Instead, the technology can detect brain tumors and whatever cancer, brain cancer in due time. This is the kind of things that technology can do. Of course, in relation with the cybersecurity, for instance, and I see a very good correlation with UiPath, since we do completely controllable robots, even can be installed in a VPN or without the internet connection. You have instant access to whatever they are working at any point in time. You can control any breaches, anything. You see in real time what's happening in a specific machine or on a specific user machine and so on at a specific time and a specific step in the process the robot is running. So from this point, I think is a very good backup to any cybersecurity tool and measures to any antivirus and so on. Such tools that work together to create and to bring the safety of the workplace and the running instances online or under a firewall to the safest level possible. Yeah, and I agree with what has been said here so far. it also requires a lot of effort, sustained effort from the public sector and from the private sector to kind of, or many, mostly from the private sector, yeah, as in our case, to create a lot of context of around of what we are doing here. What's automation about? Is anyone threatened? No, because simply because if you view this pragmatically, you'll see that what we do is something that has started a long time before. So it's about automating the manual repetitive work. So whatever humans would do robotically will be, handed over by either machines, physical machines, or virtual robots. Yeah, so this is the value that in our case automation brings to us as humans. There is no threat about losing any jobs. Yeah, because again, it's about repetitive work, non-value work for people. Copy paste shouldn't be our label stuck in our heads, in our heads. Yeah, and it's a different view to go to the job and handle the repetitive tasks to these robots. And of course, we need to kind of create this learning awareness background to people to understand the value of technology first, and secondly, to understand that the technology broadly is here to help. It has proven again this fact. Yeah, we are surrounded by technology, so there's no other way around, but just to continue the trend and evolve even faster during these times that forces us to move sometimes completely online, and of course developing new tools to secure our environments and to keep up with the productivity.
Well, I will continue exactly on this idea of having so much on the plate and so many things to look at. Moving to Mr. Mihai Vașcu, the CEO and co-founder of Modex, which is quite active on enterprise blockchain solutions, but your expertise is covering many sectors, from banking, healthcare, I noticed, logistics, government. How do you see the digital transformation in so many sectors? Because you can have a look at how the technology is adopted there, but also quite an advanced technology like the blockchain solutions you provide. How do you see that?
Yeah, thank you, Radu. Yeah, indeed, we have a lot of our plate at this point. It's a new area of focus. Right now, it's a new technology, and definitely as any new technology, we need to decide which are the key areas to focus on. I would like to start by remembering all of us that 90% of the global data was produced in the last 24 months. And in government sector, it's even more than that. So looking at that, we need to focus on protecting what's our most valuable asset most of the times. For many governments, for many organizations, what they have stored in the database, it's actually their core asset. We started Modex from the clear frustration of the fact that whoever controls the database is the owner of the truth. So we said, how do we leave our children a better world, a better environment, a better way of communicating and storing data and interpreting data than by ensuring that the data is real? So basically what we've done, we try to bring trust to any type of database user. And I think it's a big need in the government sector to make sure that indeed the data captured, the data collected, the data used to make strategic decision is indeed the valid data. That was our area of focus in the last 5 years. Since then, we have numerous case studies from telecom to banking to government sector. We are very passionate about government because there where you see the real impact of applied technologies. So most of the concepts are pure concepts. We focused on really applied innovations. We really wanted to make sure that a fiscal regulator, a national bank, or a government agency can use technology without the complexity that was associated with adoption of the technology in the last years. We wanted to make it digestible, and we are very honored to see that trust is becoming the new currency. Blockchain is playing an important role now globally, and blockchain is most powerful when it is not felt. So technically, a technology applied extremely well, it's most useful when it's invisible. When you trust a regulator that it collects the data from all the financial companies reporting to it, just because in the backend it's a properly designed blockchain database or pure blockchain, private blockchain infrastructure that makes sure that indeed that data is accurate, that indeed everybody is reporting based on a set of rules that was hard-coded and encoded. And we see even in the US, it's a new trend right now in technology called zero trust. And basically all of those zero trust infrastructures are becoming critical for governments 3.0. We are very passionate about that. We're happy to team up with the best technology companies out there. And we're happy to tell them where they can use blockchain and where blockchain can really add that extra layer of trust, of security to data, to logs, and to important informations. We're very honored to be part of this panel, and at Modex, our team of 100 is fully dedicated on bringing blockchain to the masses and making sure that governments and large enterprises are really benefiting from what we think it's one of the best technologies empowering the internet of value. As we move from internet of data, we're moving to internet of value. And I think value without trust, it's absolutely meaningful. And that's what blockchain brings to the table. And when we're looking at the challenges of blockchain going forward in the next 10 years, there's a need for a significant shift because quantum computing poses a significant threat to blockchain, to enterprise networks. And the further development of quantum-proof blockchains is one of our key areas of focus in the next years. And we're pretty sure that we're gonna launch a very good solution, especially for governments that are really happy to implement private blockchains and private networks that allow them to achieve what we call the holy grail of data, which is system interoperability. Thank you.
Of data and trust to the blockchain to the masses sounds very appealing, but the devil is in details. No, I move to Mr. Bogdan Patrinike, the Chief Executive Officer, Credit Sky. You have quite a number of umbrellas under you operate. But I would ask, based on what you heard from previous speakers, how do you see it? How do you see it from the financial sector point of view? How do you see from the companies you are involved in this, let's say, environmental digital transformation field? Please.
On the panel, I'm very happy to be on the panel with some of the very prestigious companies we're working with, and we're trying to develop a few common projects. From the financial sector is an extraordinary opportunity because today, with good machine learning algorithm, both predictive and supervised machine learning as well as unpredictive, we are able, like in the Minority Report movie, to sort of predict the crime before it happens. So we are able to do a financial review of a company and be able to project which company will improve its probability of default and which company will reduce its probability of default, all other things being equal. And that provides an important opportunity for banks, insurers, public authorities, as well as corporates. And based on the financial behavior of those companies, we can look into Romania and understand which counties will see a bit more unemployment and which counties will see less unemployment. which counties will be in need of, dental surgery, and which companies will need less dental surgery. So predictive machine learning is an extraordinarily powerful tool that allows not only to look at the past, but also see a bit in the future with all the modesty of, probabilities and maths and statements like all other things being equal, which hide the fact that we are never right or wrong. We are probably right most often, then probably wrong less often. And this is how I see predictive machine learning as an opportunity. We see also an opportunity, and we're working in countries where financial data is less available, like countries in Africa, where we are looking at predictive and predictive, supervised and unsupervised machine learning using non-financial data. So using sensors like temperature, sun, soil, water, and other information that is widely available and publicly available in order to ascertain levels of productivity or levels of production of a certain crop into a certain market. We have recently looked at an opportunity for the cashew nut in the Guinea-Bissau based on non-financial data, because financial data is not available in these markets. So I see technologies that are in your panel, like robots, that will allow us to scrape more data or to clean more data in a faster manner, since technology will improve productivity. With blockchain, like you have seen with MODEX, which will allow for proper storage of data and proper distribution of data, and cutting chain of transactions and long chains of data and bringing them under one roof. And I see predictive machine learning as the other item of the same story, whereby you can move from a review of the past, which is what was statistics all about until recently, to a look into the future, which is where predictive machine learning is a helpful tool. So you have put together a wonderful panel with entities that are part of the same product at different, obviously, sizes and lives in the corporate cycle. And the aim, as EY has said, was to help decision makers to reduce biases, to reduce our natural human, perception that certain things are sometimes better than the machine, and to bring back data to the people in a way that helps most of the people gain from technology and gain from data, and also assist those that will be less fortunate and will not immediately benefit from the data. Technology in the past was an element of progress, and I'm thinking about the Industrial Revolution, and it left certain people, unhappy about that, but they catch up. And the IT revolution was another element, and again, at some moment in time, people catch up. Globalization made a huge number of individuals very, very happy, and a bunch of, Brexiters less so. But eventually, there will be also for technology more or less the same thing. So, governments, public sector, private sector, partnerships will have to deal with the winners of all these technologies, but we will also need to think about the left behind and how we help those left behind feel better about, be it blockchain or predictive machine learning or, UiPath robots and so forth. So that's the story.
Yeah, I follow up on. I'll follow up on the next question with from moving from statistic to predictive analytics, which is quite interesting job. But moving back to Mr. Bajaktari, we talk about speed, we talk about education very much, and these are also keys to this. Let's say, mitigating those threats or looking at the threats, because if you have an uneducated society to the technology side, then your threats are bigger probably. And I also noted one of the sentences in report: digital dependency in all walks of life increases vulnerabilities to cyber intrusion. So it's also not only on the uneducated part, but also on the very educated part that they have a digital dependence. So this is the field you operate. How do you plan to tackle these challenges?
Thank you so much. This is a really good question, and we looked into the AI-enabled threats. Our final report, we start with emerging threats in the AI era. What we have discovered talking to our federal agencies is that we're not prepared to defend our country in the coming AI era of of threats. AI applications, as we talk today, are transforming existing threats. They're creating new classes of threats, and are further emboldening state and non-state actors to exploit these vulnerabilities in our open societies. As you mentioned, from the amount of devices that are connected to our homes to the amount of devices that we use at work. I mean, these are all, we benefit by using them, but at the same time, they're creating an enormous number of vulnerabilities that, individuals or state actors can use. We talk about 5 different threats in our final report. The AI-enabled operations, information operations. So these are the new set of threats that will be happening. We already see what's happening with the online information operations, but I think in the era of AI accelerated use of different applications, we will see a new generation of AI-enabled information operations and a new level of AI-enabled threats. The second thing is, and I think data came out today by a lot of other panelists, is the data harvesting and targeting of individuals. We will enter a new phase in which state or non-state actors can do attacks at micro scale, but hitting a big number of individuals by targeting their preferences, their social skills, their social behavior online. And so I think AI will only accelerate this because we as a government, or United States government, is really not prepared to how to address this kind of a new threat that it comes from state and non-state actors doing data harvesting and targeting of individuals in our society. I think, as you can see with cyber, this is already happening. And this brings me to my next level of threats, is the accelerated cyber attacks. AI will create a new generation of cyber attacks at a bigger scale. There's a new generation of threats emerging from AI. This is the adversarial AI, known as GANs, where AI and AI systems will compete against each other. And I think as humans, we need to be aware of these kind of threats, because it's going to be really difficult to get ahead of this problem set because of the speed we're talking about. And then the last category of threats really that we discussed were the AI-enabled biotechnologies. We're entering a phase in which a profile of bio and your DNA, and if you merge that with a misuse of AI, can create a new set of threats that is probably coming ahead of us. We see companies amassing a large data of our bio data or DNA data. The Beijing Genomic Institute, we call in our report as a major threat of how they're assembling these data and how they're gathering this data. So this will only generate a new set of attacks, a new set of threats coming forward because of how personalized these threats will become and how personalized these attacks will become. Right now, we see mass attacks happening on cyberspace, going after of social cohesion, local communities. But going forward, AI will enable really a micro-targeting of individuals and heighten the threat that each of us will be exposed to, just because of what you said earlier, of the number of devices connected, the number of devices we use, the digital exhaust that exists online about us, and the DNA history that all of us are probably sharing one way or another through different ways and means. But I'll stop there.
Intervention that we are not quite where we're supposed to be in terms of digitalization in Europe. What's next? What would be a key for a rapid advancement? How can we make things faster? What are the areas that you're looking at?
Sorry, I guess the question is probably for me, but you, sorry.
Yes, but I will repeat the question. You in your previous intervention, you mentioned that Europe is not where it's supposed to be. And I was wondering what's next? I mean, what are the key enablers, if you want, for a rapid advancement? Where are you looking at, or what are you looking at?
Yes, I mean, first of all, I mean, we were discussing threat, opportunity, or reality. First of all, I mean, digital is a tool. So it depends on what you want to use the tool for. And I think the previous interventions talks about the threats, and they are really real. And if you look at the opportunities, they're also real. We know that digital companies they have a growth rate. They grow 2.5 times faster than normal enterprises or without non-digitalized enterprises. We also know through the COVID crisis that they're much more resilient to survive a crisis. If you look at the enablers, data availability, we talked about data. Data availability can be a threat, but it can actually also be a huge enabler on a data-driven economy. And this is why we have set a very concrete target to move the share of the data economy from 3 to 6% within the next 5 years. If we look at data, this is basically the major value creator of products and services in this century, meaning that it's not the product itself, but how you actually manage the data, whether you are a manufacturing company, a service company, or a health company. This is really what makes the difference. And it is also what will actually prevent some of the crises of the future, whether that is pandemics, whether that is for example, environmental crisis. The solution is to a high degree found in digital solutions. So data availability, definitely skills, a conscious strategy from governments, from the EU and other nations, of course, like-minded nations, really, to understand how much a skilled population in the private sector, but also in the public sector, and of course in the defense sector, really means for the stability of a society. Infrastructure. I mean, the pandemic have really shown that we have huge differences, even in an advanced continent like Europe. We have had countries that could not deliver education for the youth for a month, nearly even for a year, where other nations have been able to basically continue their educational system online. So really to have a resilience and have a national conscious investment strategy that targets the main services of society and of course the security situation. And I think the new thing is that digital doesn't really know any borders. It doesn't care if you are in Romania or if you are in Denmark or if you are in the US or in Asia. And the threats that we are facing also demands a much higher degree of an awareness of our national leaders, of our prime ministers, of our presidents, in how to collaborate and how not to try to create, for example, a cyber defense within a nation, because that's impossible. It's simply impossible. The threats will come from like-minded or non-like-minded, but if we don't have a system of warnings and response, that cut across many nations, then basically it will not function. So it puts demands on many different layers of the society. So I would say data, skills, infrastructure are really some of the main drivers, but really the awareness and the ability to lead in a society where things are interconnected and where the threats and, by the way, the opportunities are really depending on scale. Maybe one last point, if we look at Europe, for example, we know that we have, not counting UK, unfortunately, we have 5% of the world's unicorns. Unicorns being fast, scalable, innovative companies, most often highly digitalized companies. We have 5% of the world as unicorns. It's very little. In the last year, this has really been increasing, but it's far too little because it also mirrors the state. Do we actually, the state of play, do we actually have an internal market, a market condition that is non-fragmented, where companies can grow really rapidly? And this has unfortunately not been the case. There's a huge focus on it now, political focus, but it still takes, especially from the national leaders, a much bigger awareness of the global connections and how we are all connected in both the opportunities and the threats. I hope that we don't hear you. Sorry, we don't hear you. Am I the only one that doesn't hear anything? Did they hear me?
I think so.
Huh.
Yeah, they heard you, but
for some quick answers from your side and from the others, how we can speed up this process, if you want. If it's quick possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try to be very quick. To my mind, right, there are two sides of the story, right? One is what is available to everyone and what everyone can grasp, right? And which is infrastructure, so basically technology, yes, software and everything. And the other part of the equation is what gets executed, right? So how do you execute it and what gets executed? And these are the people basically behind all these projects and the capability to execute, capability to think, to envision, and then to design and put in practice. And I think, unfortunately, Romania is lacking at this very important second step, right? Because it has right now access to pretty much any kind of technology, right? So it was said before, technology is pretty much the same everywhere. So in order to basically leapfrog, in order to make the change, you've got to have the workforce which is educated, right? Which and has the right mindset to execute. And honestly here, having, let's say, 3.5 years already since I returned to Romania after spending quite a few time abroad, I do sense a bit of a lack of ambition. So that's something that kind of bothers me a bit, right? If we would have a bit more ambition, which comes from a fact of education, which comes from a fact of role models and things like that, I think we would be able to bridge the gap to a lot of the other economies in Europe or elsewhere in the world, right? When it comes to digital, whether it's let's say healthcare type of let's say, unified medical IDs or public sector, I don't know, having the business kind of ecosystem ready and friendly to open business and do this. So this is where I would focus. I would focus on developing the people and focus on empowering them to take decisions and be bold. When thinking, be bold and execute. It's not easy, but that's my message.
That's a challenge, yeah. Mr. Atim, what would be one of the, if we are online. Because we have only 5 minutes left, just a quick question. If you have a magic wand at the UiPath, what would you do tomorrow to make a change in our small part of Europe, in Europe in general? What would be your bet?
Before making any, concerns about what would happen in certain circumstances, we need to develop some actions towards adopting technology and different, tools within the public sector and within, our countries in Europe. We mentioned here US, but US has a huge appetite for technology, yeah? And there are so many examples where they are much ahead of Europe. So I think what I mentioned before about technology adoption and everything is correlated to doing good and to the positive things that technology can do for us. And again, returning to UiPath and not necessarily having a magic wand, but being simply pragmatic. It's all about speed, productivity, manipulation of data, accuracy of data. In order to build those machine learning models mentioned here before, we need clean data. Yeah. So again, utilizing technology in connection with other technologies for the better of humankind and for our productivity is key in the future. These developments already started, so there are potential threats, but also there are huge developments and investments towards preventing those threats and investments in cybersecurity. And again, we have lots of names of companies with a notable development towards cybersecurity and the protection of data. And of course, the big names will invest a lot of money into that. Yeah, but I don't think any country will be eager to destabilize any other country, because then it will not be something positive for the global context. Yeah, so I don't believe in this future. I believe in a very, very technological future, but only for the good of mankind and to support our productivity and encourage our brain to think more, and us to be more creative and so on. And more secure.
I am quite on a time challenge here, and two speakers left. Mihai, Ivashku, what is your quick take on this? What would be next?
Well, I just hope the public sector will listen more to the private sector, like they do in Israel, in the US, and even in Asian countries. I mean, I would love to see that more often. And I always tell them, what's better than a top technology? An expert using a top technology. So don't be afraid of top technologies. They're there to help you in the government sector. Spend more time with private companies and learn from them.
Very much appreciate the quick answer. And moving to Mr. Bogdan Patriniche, you have the floor for a last conclusion, hearing everybody. You are on mute, please.
From what our colleagues from Digital Europe have said, we have 6% of the unicorn. If you want more, create a DARPA in Europe, like you have a DARPA in the US. DARPA in the US was an enormous force for progress and for technology. Create a DARPA in Romania at a lower scale and with more modest means. But a DARPA will be an investor, a pusher, and a partner that will enable and will help all of the topics that you have debated until now. In most of Eastern European or in Europe, it's not the ambition that is missing. It's also the fact that you don't get funding. There is no Romanian bank that will lend money to a fintech without real assets and collateral. So create the funding structure that helps, and a local European DARPA or Romanian DARPA could solve many of these problems, and matching, medium to short to long-term objectives into a sustainable development strategy. Thank you very much.
And we leave with a powerful idea. I mean, everybody agreed, I saw on the screen. Thanking you all being with us and making the time to be with us today. And thanking all of the ones present in the room here, and also the ones who are following us online. I hope you have a great session, great takeaways for me, for sure. And we're looking forward to follow up on this discussion in the future. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All the best.
afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us in this session. I know it's getting towards the end of the day at the Bucharest Forum, and we're delighted you could join us for this conversation. My name is Suzanne Lynch, and I am the author of Politico's Playbook, a morning newsletter, which I produce here in Brussels, from where I'm speaking to you. My other colleagues, the other panelists on this forum, are speaking to you from the US, from the UK, from Spain. So truly capturing this kind of emphasis on internationalism and in particular transatlantic relations. We're here to discuss the outcome, the findings, the thoughts about a forum we had earlier this year, that was back in June, for the Next Gen Network. The idea of the Next Gen Network, run by the Aspen Institute, is to get the next generation's perspective on the current state of transatlantic relations. And we'll talk about this for most of the session. First of all, I'm going to introduce our illustrious panelists. We have Adrian Shabazz. He's the Director for Technology and Democracy at Freedom House, where he heads up the organization's research and policy on human rights in the digital age. He's a lead author for Freedom on the Net, an annual report on global internet freedom, as well as a founder of Election Watch for the Digital Age, which tracks the risk of censorship, disinformation, and violence ahead of national elections. He was previously a researcher at the UN Department of Political Affairs, European Parliament, and the OSCE, and holds a master's from the London School of Economics. We're also joined by Beatriz Camacho Avila, and she's the Ecosystem Manager for the Regional Innovation Scheme in Southern Europe at EIT Climate KIC. She's accountable for orchestration ecosystems that foster favourable environments and frameworks for the ecological transition in 7 countries in the broader European area. She is a senior project manager, and before this, she was a political science professor and did academic research in political representation and social research techniques. She is a fellow at the Aspen Institute with the Next Generation Transatlantic Initiative. And finally, we're joined by Caroline Segalchik. She's a Belarusian-American threat intelligence analyst and investigator working at the intersection of technology, data, security, with particular experience in countering human rights abuse, influence operations, and illicit finance, particularly in the post-Soviet region. She is the head US delegate for the youth engagement groups, the G7 this year. And previously, she built and led the Eurasia analysis team at Seri Labs, where her work included finding open source intelligent knowledge gaps for the US government. She's a certified financial crime specialist and alumna of the Center on Global Interest Rising Experts Program, the Eurasian Foundation Young Professionals Network Program, and the JDC Entwine Community Reps Program. So thank you very much for joining us, all our panelists, and good to see you again. The last time I spoke to you from Washington, here I am now in Brussels, and we gathered over a series of days in a wider format, breaking down into spin-out groups, into workshops, to try and get a handle on where we think the transatlantic relationship is. And just looking back now, when we met during the summer, I remember it was just at the point where President Joe Biden was making his first trip to Brussels as president. The EU-US summit was taking place. We had the NATO summit around that time. You know, a few months later, we're here. A lot has happened in that since then. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, continued issues around the pandemic and the economic impacts of that. And today we're talking, actually, as other panelists may have noted, on the day when the Summit for Democracy is taking place, led by the State Department in Washington, with practically, all European leaders, with a notable exception, speaking at that summit. So, a timely discussion of where things stand on the transatlantic relationship. So, look, during our process, during our conversation, we had many panelists from a range of background, from AI, from civil society to climate, to politics, to journalism. We concentrated on some areas, and we identified some of the areas of interest and of importance to the transatlantic relationship. And one of that, and maybe we'll start off here, is the overall area of democracy, rule of law, democracy, and how that connects both sides of the Atlantic. What are some of the challenges there? Adrian, I might start with you. and bring you in there and see, could you just start us off with some of your thoughts on where this relationship is at the moment, or some of the kind of issues facing the transatlantic relationship when it comes to things like democracy at the moment?
For sure. And thank you so much, Suzanne, and thank you to the organizers and to the Aspen Institute for organizing this Next Gen network, which I thought was an incredible opportunity to talk to young leaders on both sides of the Atlantic. So one thing that struck me, I think, was just how important democracy and democratic values is to defining the transatlantic relationship. It's really what I think values came out of the conversation as the thing that we have in common the most, and perhaps that we should be emphasizing even more than the economic relationship between Europe and North America. And I really think that we're in an important and precarious moment for democracy. Shortly before we met, Freedom House released its Freedom in the World report that documented 15 consecutive years of a decline in political rights and civil liberties around the world. Of course, we had the shocking events of January 6th in the United States, an insurrection on Congress and an attempt to interfere in the democratic process. And then, so many events coming out of Europe, not only the democratic backsliding in many countries in Central and Eastern Europe, but right on Europe's borders, shortly after we met, was the shocking event of Europe's last dictator interfering to force a plane to land in Belarus in order to kidnap an exiled activist and journalist, Roman Protasevich, for simply trying to be part of a movement for democracy in the country. So I think the main takeaway was how important democracy is, both within the countries in the transatlantic relationship, but also externally, and how democracy continues to be something that people around the world are yearning for, and in many places around the world are dying for, frankly. Unfortunately, the news has been quite bad since we met in June last year. I mean, you mentioned Afghanistan. We also saw military coups and power grabs in places like Tunisia, Myanmar, Sudan, countries that had once been lauded for the potential of democratization there, and that had received support from places like the United States and the EU. So, this democracy summit, day one is today. We had a day zero yesterday, so technically, we're halfway through, but I think that it's come at such an important time. And I think for me, what I'm looking for is whether this democracy summit, whether the new administration and some of the changes that are happening in Europe will result in a revival of democratic values. And I think that what we need to focus on not only is how Europe and North America are supporting democracy overseas, but really fundamentally what democracy means to the people in these countries, and how we can work, internally to protect institutions from being taken over, to protect freedom of the press, to protect, activists and minorities within our countries. Because if not, we're sort of getting to the stage where there won't be anyone to defend the values of democracy anymore. And it comes at a point where you have the rise of authoritarian powers like China that are trying to remake the liberal world order, to their liking. So it really comes at, I think we're really in this time where we need really tough action. And I do hope that, through this year of action that's supposed to precede the Democracy Summit, that we will see some concrete results.
Absolutely right. I mean, today's summit is notable for its shortcomings as well. And from what I saw just coming out in the last while from what President Biden was saying, I mean, he referred to these, holes in America's record at the moment when it comes to democracy. As you mentioned there, the whole idea of a peaceful transfer of power, the basic premise of democracy, was thrown into doubt this year in America in very kind of violent and also symbolic terms in January. But you've also got a situation in Europe. And I mean, I'm conscious, this is the Bucharest Forum. Like, one of the things we talked about during our forum in June was, the danger in mixing the EU with Europe. Europe is a lot bigger than the EU. But for the EU. I mean, one country I mentioned there, Hungary, didn't get the invite to this summit. So, the EU has got a lot of questions to ask how it's got to this point where within its own community, you have got countries that don't make the cut on democracy for the Summit of Democracy. I mean, it's a big question. I mean, you're into a bigger debate here. We are speaking again with a changing of the guard in Germany. Some people would really criticize Angela Merkel for throwing a blind eye at Viktor Orban. She is obviously somebody who is very concerned with keeping up dialogue with, the former Soviet states, was very aware of that, her own background in Eastern Europe. But people do wonder, did she pander to him too much? And that emboldened other countries, maybe like Poland, with a more right-wing government. So yeah, and I think that does raise questions for, I mean, look, big picture here, since the end of World War II, obviously, this transatlantic relationship has been seen as a fulcrum of democracy and based in liberal values and respect for the international order. But I think that the authority of Europe and America to speak on these matters to other states, particularly China and Russia, has been undermined when people can say, well, look, you have to get your own house in order here before you start talking to us. But as you're saying there, Adrian, hopefully, there's an awareness of that. And, we're always, every institution, every country is always in the process of transforming, of being formed. And, they know their blind spots. But it is an interesting point. Just on you mentioned there, and I will bring on our other panelists in on this, but the Belarusian issue. I mean, do you think that has kind of, you mentioned this hugely dramatic thing, and then we saw the instrumentalization of refugees in Eastern Europe by Lukashenko over the last few months. I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, it's a pretty dramatic, and as you described there, the hijacking of the plane, it's a pretty dramatic statement and reminder of authoritarianism right on the borders of Europe.
Certainly so. And it's important to recognize that it's not the first time. I think you look back at Turkey, during the climax of the Syrian crisis, using migrants and refugees and asylum seekers in the same way, using it to weaponize the relationship with the European Union. In this case, Greece was particularly on the front lines of that. So it's something that I think is an important reminder of the importance of the EU to build up its own capacity to deal with some of these threats that are coming from its own border. And I think also what we are starting to see from Europe, in the rhetoric that has come, particularly, since after the election of Donald Trump in 2016, but I think that it's continued, is the sense that, and I think Merkel was a leader in this, is the sense that Europe has to have its own capacity and cannot rely on the United States any longer in order to solve some of these very difficult problems that are just on its doorstep. We're seeing it in Ukraine again today. With Russia particularly threatening an invasion there. You have it also in the controversy over Nord Stream 2, how Germany will again, decide whether it's going to be prioritizing democracy and human rights or its economic interests. It'll be interesting to see what this new administration does in Germany. I think that it seems like from a foreign policy standpoint, they might take a different direction than Angela Merkel and her party. So, but I do think that the sort of outcome of all of this is that there are genuine threats on Europe's doorstep. And to be frank, the EU at least hasn't been prepared to deal with them. And I think that they are in an increasingly multipolar world. The EU is going to have to build up its own capacity to stand on its own and perhaps not rely on the United States as it has so much after World War II.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, I mean, I think you're right. One of the issues with the Belarusian crisis has reminded people. I heard the Belarusian opposition leader in the European Parliament last month, and she made the point that it was only after this audacious, she didn't use that word, but this audacious move by Lukashenko to divert a Ryanair flight, that people actually sat up and listened. And the European Parliament and the European Union actually really confronted what was happening literally at their doorstep. So, you do wonder, is it been a wake-up call for those geopolitical issues that are there the autocratic tendencies that are just a few miles away at the EU's border. And then, as you say, we might come back to this whole idea of Europe's preparedness, Europe's capacity in defence. There's a lot of talk at the moment about strategic autonomy. Let's see, I mean, as we're talking now, the new German Chancellor is on his way to Paris to meet Macron tomorrow. And France is taking over the rotating presidency of the Council of the EU in January. And it's talked a lot about how it wants to prioritise defence, the idea of strategic autonomy. Let's see, again, like everything with Europe, there's a lot of divisions around this issue. Everyone is not on the same page. So it may well be easier said than done. Thanks for that, Adrian. Just that kind of sets up some of the broader issues, and we will come back to those. And just to remind everyone tuning in here, feel free to put your questions in the chat, and we will get to them. So really want to encourage any questions and any comments as we move through this discussion. Just to change tack slightly, Beatrice, one of the other issues that came up and was identified as one of the key parts of the transatlantic relationship was sustainability and the whole issue of climate change. I mean, where do you read things at the moment? What kind of issues interest you from these discussions and workshops we had?
Thank you, Suzanne. So, of course, when it comes to climate change, it's not always very easy to decide what is the topic that we should address, because it's something transversal. So it's also about democracy, it's about technology, it's about economy, and of course, security. So for me, being part of the Next Generation Forum was very special, because I had the chance to find out what's the perspective of other European fellows, but also the American perspective. And I was surprised to find out that at the beginning, of course, we discussed a little bit about technology and how the investment in new technologies to face climate change should come not only from the public sector, like UE funds, etc., but also from the private sector. And of course, here our American colleagues talk about it. But this wasn't the focus of our discussion when it was about sustainability. And I think it's a good thing because something that we have learned from COVID-19 is that sometimes it's about social and political mobilization to fix or to react to a problem of a size, like in this occasion is like the pandemic, but climate change, it's something even bigger if we think about the consequences and even the death tolls. So the question was, what does it take to mobilize governments and societies to take measures against climate change, as we have done against COVID-19? We all put on hold our lives. We didn't travel. And this because we wanted to save lives and we faced a pandemic. But if we check the numbers, climate change, according to the last reports, it's causing more casualties if we consider the global figures. So there's a reason to take as strict measures as COVID-19, but again, it's not the technology. Here is the political and the social will or mobilization to start acting. And this is, I was gladly surprised because from both sides of the Atlantic, we were discussing this. We ended up discussing about our lifestyle. Should we change it? Is it necessary to reduce our level of life, stop traveling or buy less clothes? And it's funny in a way because it's not rocket science measures, and it's like the same at the beginning with COVID-19. It's about, social measures or changing what we buy, how we buy, etc. So we spend much time discussing if climate change will mean that our lifestyle will be better or not in the future. So some of us put some post-apocalyptic scenarios or not very nice things. But from my perspective, I think the colleagues also put climate change is an opportunity, because I mean, so far in terms of economy and of course social justice, there's a lot to improve, and I think climate change is an excuse to open all debates about, for example, globalization, how we produce certain products, and the relation between the south and the north. And it is a little bit sad, but if it's not because of climate change consequences, those debates will be on hold. But now we have a chance to open them and to act again. And connected to the democracy debate, something that I learned, and I think that the colleagues at the forum agreed, is that also another challenge of climate change is that we cannot apply usual solutions. So here we need to implement bottom-up and top-down solutions. You need to include the stakeholders. So it cannot come just from governments telling citizens what to do. No, you need the experts, you need the scientists, you need NGOs to help people to understand why it's necessary. Because again, we cannot forget about the protests in France. At some point, citizens are saying, we don't care about climate change. My problem is being able to maintain my family this month. So it's an economic, it's a democratic issue.
But I mean, this came up a bit in COP. It's one of the things we talked about. And I just took notes there. What you said. I mean, one of the outcomes of our discussion was this kind of contrast between consumption, as you described there, and the onus on the individual, and whether no, it's to do with regulation, government decisions on climate policy. But also, did you see a divide? I mean, I certainly see a divide or a difference in perspective. I mean, a lot of our American colleagues are very much motivated, and I mean, I agree with this. This is about bringing the private sector. That the corporate world is not the enemy here. That the corporate world needs to be part of the solution, and that we have seen the corporate world, lots of big listed companies who now need to prove their sustainable credentials, both for investors mainly, and then for maybe some public funding, as we're seeing in some of the policies that are here in Brussels. But that balance about where does the onus lie? Is it on the consumer and how much they consume, or is it on, as you say, more at the top down? But you were saying there, Beatrice, about civil society. I mean, how important do you think that is in this debate?
I think it's key because right now most governments, or just take the example of the United States, the balance between the two major political forces is it's very just. So at some point, if you push certain measures, and then the next government is elected because an important part of the population doesn't agree with that, it's just like it's something that cannot happen. We all remember what happened when Trump approved leaving the Paris agreements. Now we're back, but what about the next 3 years? And in Europe, we have political parties that do not commute a lot with the Green Deal or with certain measures. So whether we like it or not, and this is my personal opinion, whether it means that we need to go slower, we need different groups of society if we really want to fight against climate change. Because one key word, both in Europe and the United States, is just transition. This is in the Biden administration, and of course is in the European Green Deal. We cannot leave no one behind, and this is where the private sector comes in, and in a good way, because we have all these professionals working in fossil fuel, like in sectors that we know that they will stop getting public funding. They need to do the transition, but they need help. Companies need help. We shouldn't imagine bad guys that only care about money and benefit and not caring for society or for climate change. No, I mean, thanks to my job, I'm seeing a lot of corporates, SMEs, companies that they really want to transform their employees to give them new skills and to make sure that they, you know, that they continue their what they're doing, but in a, you know, net carbon way. So we know that there, at least in Europe, and of course with the, for example, the infrastructure plan in the United States that it was approved not long time ago, we do not know that the public sector is putting their part of the deal. Private sector will come, but this is only we can only deliver together, because it's like millions of jobs that need to be transformed. And don't get me wrong, there's numbers and reports and reasons to be optimistic. The growth potential of new jobs in the green economy, I think it's something that our governments need to explain more to citizens. And of course, I think the public part will be important during the first years, but the potential growth that we have seen, you know, in the EA reports about, you know, solar energy, you know, all the, for example, the renewable energy sectors, it's amazing. But it's an opportunity also to invest in communities that traditionally didn't have as many opportunities as we wanted, you know, like coal regions, etc. So
yeah, no,
maybe
it's a positive.
to
I mean, to emphasize these parts of it, absolutely. And we might come back to some of that about specifically the transatlantic role a little bit later on that. Caroline, just to bring you in again, shifting tack again, but more on the tech side, obviously your experiences in this and that whole area broadly of AI as well. What are your thoughts, first of all, on this whole? I mean, technology was an area that we identified was huge in terms of how the transatlantic relationship works nowadays, and some of the challenges around that and different perspectives between Europe and America on big tech. But what about technology's intersection with this whole idea of democracy? What kind of role do you think tech can play, or does play, or should play?
Yes, and thank you as well to the Bucharest Forum and the Aspen Institute for having me. I see it, you know, technology as like underpinning all of the issues. Of course, they're all like very dynamic and shouldn't be thought of in siloed forms. You know, when Beatrice was speaking, I was just thinking, you know, like about her point that we need to even like get on the same page about recognizing climate as an issue, right? And how do we do that? You know, through access to information. And this is like where technology's role, I think, needs to be better highlighted. The access to information and the learning from that information that technology provides us and can get people to recognize the realities around climate change, and it can get us to innovate solutions to those problems. Likewise with democracy, I think that values, you know, to Adrian's, what I was recognizing from and taking in as really one of the most salient points here is from Adrian's discussion of democracy is the value-based approach. So that access to information and that learning from that information has to be built upon values about open societies and freedom of expression, and having these like very democratic values at the heart of how we build technology. And I think that what's maybe less recognized is like, I would say, the three really important points of how we execute on that value-based approach. One, you know, and this is why the Aspen Next Gen Forum, it was a perfect, you know, example of the execution of this, is having voices and having groups that are, you know, unrepresented, even though they may be the experts, right? So technology is always like at the frontier of innovation, and sometimes we have people who are like historically the students doing the teaching. So we really need to ensure that we're meaningfully integrating into these decision-making process, young people in particular. And so the Aspen Next Gen program is like a really great example of how we can do that, having young people who are in the field, who are gaining expertise on technological issues, being part of the decision-making processes, and incorporating the values-based approaches, the values that are also being empowered by our use of technology, having these transatlantic relationships, being like, empowered by having this conversation on this platform, having the Aspen Next Gen Forum be hosted on a technological platform, having that open dialogue. Growing our values together and having those voices be part of the decision-making process is really important. And then next, I would say, is really investing in the education and the talent, because right now, our educational systems don't reflect the world that we live in, which is now a world in cyber. And we need to recalibrate to focus on learning in this environment where we have more access to information than ever, and invest in pedagogical talent that reflects this expertise that young people have around technology. It will have positive effects on democracy, will increase civic engagement and economic opportunity, which ties into all of the issues we've discussed. And we can't be competitive without it, speaking to the geopolitical issues. So I think that's a way to execute.
It does link into what Beatrice was saying. One of the themes of our program, and this report will be launched in January, but was that this new generation's view on transatlantic relationships and how you develop those, how you forge those. And your point there, Caroline, is a very, very important one, which is you need to harness technology. You need to meet people where they are on this. And there's so much resources there that maybe our decision makers, our foreign policy thinkers, dare I say it, people on this forum, people on this call, who we are living our bubbles, are kind of, are not bringing people in as much. And I mean, this is linking back what Beatrice was saying generally about like bottom up stuff, but using technology as a way of doing that and of connecting people. It's a very important way of thinking. I mean, if we stand back, people who thought about the transatlantic relationship in the 1950s, 1960s, in the shadow of World War II, in the midst of the Cold War, not saying that those geopolitical issues are not there, they are, but another very material way they experience it now is, through the economic relationship and through those cultural connections that Adrian was talking about, that kind of, what they have in common in terms of democracy and how that is nurturing and that's reassuring, but maybe using technology in that way. Adrian, just to bring you, I mean, any thoughts with you on, and I mean, I suppose we're being a bit like that's the ideal, but in a way, technology's role in democracy, we've also seen a lot of negatives. We've seen the polarization of politics. And maybe Beatrice, you could come in on this too, on climate, on conspiracy theories about climate. But technology, in some sense, has had maybe quite a negative role. Or what's your view on how the internet and that digital space has affected ideas of democracy and democratic backsliding and those kind of things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. I think it's really important to know from the outset that technology is, both a good and a bad thing. This is highly complex. It can be used in different ways. And so to identify that because there's technology, we can solve all of these problems, I think that's a mistake. And I think that's what we've been collectively guilty of for the past few decades, is this idea of like techno-utopianism, that technology is just going to magically solve all of our problems. And also that I think we were very blind to some of the ways that technology can be misused or manipulated in order to disrupt democracy. And so one of the things that, Freedom House has seen through its Freedom on the Net report is that internet freedom has been in decline for 11 years now. And in more countries than ever before, people are being arrested for nonviolent political, social, or religious speech online. So freedom of expression online is under unprecedented strain. And meanwhile, you have governments that are purchasing spyware technology and other surveillance tools to monitor the private communications of activists, journalists, the political opposition in a way that is totally outside of the rule of law. The thing that we have seen, I think, and this is for good and for bad, is that there's been a dramatic shift in global norms towards greater state intervention in the digital sphere. And I think this is where it's been interesting to see the difference between the United States and Europe here. We are seeing, I think that the United States for a long time pursued this laissez-faire approach to tech regulation that in many ways you could argue led to digital tools achieving the massive scale that they've achieved today. Now we have over half of the world connected to the internet, billions of people. And all of the things that Caroline has mentioned about the way that technology and the internet has empowered people around the world with tools to access to information, to express themselves, to form communities. I mean, that is something that cannot be lost in this kind of techlash moment that we are in. But I do think it's important that we come up with, and that democratic governments are at the forefront of pursuing sensible, narrow regulations on tech companies to make sure that users are not being exploited, that the way that regulations are on content moderation do not go against free expression and result in the removal and censorship of a lot of speech online. And that's something where I think Europe is now in the driver's seat. You have the Digital Securities, the DSA, Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act. Europe is really at the forefront, I think, from a regulatory perspective, in terms of trying to ensure that digital technology is channeled in a way that supports democracy, and that some of the abuses around big tech can be reined in. And I think we've focused a lot on the differences between the United States and Europe in terms of from First Amendment and sort of how we see technology companies. But I do think that overall we're starting to see a little bit more of a convergence in terms of having some type of accountability on tech companies, and to do it in a way that is smart, that is narrowly tailored, to make sure that there is not a negative impact on users' rights ultimately.
Yeah, no, so it's a very good point, and that cultural difference between Europe and America. And one of the themes actually we said we discovered was that it's dangerous to treat America and Europe as anyway a homogenous block. There are differences within it. But I do think it's fair to say, as you said there, say on climate and on tech, there are differences in terms of how ambitious those policies are. And in Europe, as you said, it was traditionally ahead on regulation, and there has been a bit more of a tech clash in America. I don't know, Caroline, if you could, that was an interesting concept about governments, for good or for bad, getting more involved with tech and regulation. But like the emerging issue of AI and those kind of things, the splinternet, maybe you could talk a bit about that and where you see those things going.
Yeah, I think this is a place our cohort highlighted this for thinking beyond the transatlantic relationship and really thinking more globally, more internationally. We see that the internet was created in this very open way, and that as it's been kind of molded by authoritarian states to their specific needs, that we risk losing, partnerships and opportunities to have the rule-based liberal order, remain intact. So we can't really think about this in a siloed transatlantic way. We really need to think about this in an international way, and there will be a lot of consequences beyond just the structures of governance. We really risk losing a lot if there is this so-called splinternet created between a free and a closed internet. Not that there isn't already all of these different divergences, and of course to the point of EU regulation, US leading the way in innovation, EU leading the way in regulation has already created some of those cases, but there does need to be more harmonization and thinking not for that harmonization to happen not just across the transatlantic, but to happen more globally. And
yeah, I mean, and one of the things, yes, yeah, no, continue, yeah.
Right, and so I would say that that in the balance between innovation and regulation, we want to make sure that we don't over-regulate so much that we give credence or give an edge to that more authoritarian flood internet that's being created.
Yeah, elsewhere in the world, yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the kind of, well, Biden says this about a lot, or that we need to up our game, or other people are going to take our place, be it in trade, be it in economics, be it in defense, be it in tech. And we all know one country in particular that has put money into innovating in tech. And again, it's just it's in the moment. At the moment, France, as I said, is taking over the presidency. They talk about the concept of digital sovereignty for Europe, but a lot of people would say, is it too late for that? That should have happened 20 years ago when you got your innovative companies, or so Europe are trying to become more self-sufficient on that. Other countries in Europe would say, hang on, yeah, but it's better for us to work with America, for example, like-minded countries on innovation. If you get US companies working in Europe, that spins up, that creates a culture of innovation. It happened in countries like Estonia, Finland, Ireland, that were quick to kind of engage and work with American tech companies, and now have their own kind of creations. And so that's a conversation that's going to be happening at EU level. One thing, Beatrice, maybe you could come in on this. I mean, how worried would you be about the sustainability and climate issue, about misinformation, and about the whole communication and the role technology plays in that piece?
Again, maybe it's because what I do at the IT Climate Kick, from working with different countries at the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. But the issue in Climate Kick is not the technology. It's about putting the different actors of the ecosystem to implement solutions. And by the actors of the ecosystem, I mean the governments at both EU level, national level, regional level, and local level, and education representatives, and business and research. So it's about how to make them to dialogue, and of course not just within Europe, but with our colleagues in the United States. And connecting to what Caroline mentioned, I do think that, of course, the transatlantic union cannot act alone or isolated. We need to consider the global area. But I do think that climate change, because of the geopolitics of climate change, truly gives an opportunity for the transatlantic allies to work together. And I think it's because of three reasons. The first is that the just transition cannot happen just in the United States and Europe. We know that climate change is going to cost everyone, everywhere, and experts have told us that the costs are likely to be greater in the developing countries. The second reason is that countries like the United States, China, Germany, United Kingdom, Japan, or France have the highest cumulative CO2 emissions since, the 18th century. So I will say that there's also a moral reason to lead this, because, it's countries that started contributing so much, much later to this, the ones that are going to be the most affected. So there's a historic reason also for, again, United States and Europe to act together on this. And the third one is that even if we do our homework, we do know that the biggest emissions will come from developing countries, because they are emerging economies, so population growth, urbanization. So we do know that even if we get a net zero economy, both United States and Europe, if the others do not transition with us, the problem remains there. So I do think that because of this, because only if we act only we achieve a large, coordinated, fast, and solidary action, we will act in time.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you're
the
absolutely
issue
right
here.
about the role, but this is getting back to what we spoke, which I think came through in our discussion, which was that the transatlantic relationship, needs to be more assertive in standing up, in publicizing what it's for. Belarus obviously felt it could do that, and divert a plane. It obviously didn't. It felt it was able to, and you've got the whole issue of the implicit backing of Russia. Similarly with China, did the transatlantic, did the allies, in terms of China's assent, particularly in the economic, very much in the economic, technological, and now we're increasingly seeing in terms of defense and foreign policy, was it kind of quietly building that up when the allies were kind of not really, fighting, or asserting their own leadership on any of those issues? So it's kind of a wake-up call, all these things, for the transatlantic relationship. But then, as you said there, Beatrice, and it's interesting about this, when we were talking about these different things that underpin the transatlantic relationship, particularly for younger people, be it climate change, which has a dramatic effect on younger people, be it tech, and be it democracy, the ability to vote, the ability to not be spied on, as Adrian was talking about. All of those kind of things, you need your leaders, you need the transatlantic relationship to kind of assert that, fight for it, and stand over it and say, we're proud of this. But one part of what we were saying, unlike technology, I mean, we touched on this, that the internet was set up as this kind of very open, democratic ideal, which is obviously kind of what scares some more authoritarian states. But also, as you talked about, Beatrice, there, the just transition, the idea that, economics matters, and how are we going to include everyone in this? Now, the Europeans have talked about a social fund, the idea, and I mean, Biden talks about this a bit. Actually, as we're speaking, John Kerry is in Brussels. He's meeting Frans Timmermans, the top EU commissioner on climate and the Green Deal. And, they're talking about kind of working together, more the US and the EU, on the back of COP. But as you were saying there, Beatrice, to try and as like-minded people, even though there are big divides, say, on stuff like climate, that together they can do more, working together to encourage other countries. And there was an initiative by the EU to work with South Africa specifically, and Timmermans said last night in a political event about maybe doing that with India. I mean, it's down the line, but taking that responsibility. So maybe the idea that the transatlantic alliance is there, but it can feel sometimes moribund, and it needs to make itself relevant, or to remind people of its relevance, and to take the lead on issues where it is ahead compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah,
Adrian,
sorry, I mean,
yeah, sorry, go on. Yes, go on. No, continue, Beatrice.
Yeah. No, sorry, I was just to say that it sounds like something that we have said since the 90s, but multilateral forums are the only ones that will provide solutions to climate change. So here's where I think the colleagues in the Next Gen also agreed that here, because of we are consolidated democracies, and because of we are talking about developed economies, we should inspire. We should support and challenge other economies. And again, here I do think there's a moral component. And again, I think if you ask me during the summer in our last workshop, I would have said that Europe was doing better, but now we are seeing all these actions led by Biden. Like, for example, during COP26, he came up with the plan to control methane. And the plan is to reduce the 30% of methane emissions, which can be a quick action. And since I'm not an expert in this, but I was reading that since the effects of methane are more short term, the consequences for the global emissions could be very, very impactful. And so he got 90 countries to sign this. Of course, most of the European countries were there, but I'm seeing this, and I'm very excited, because I think that Biden is going to spark more European action. And this is what we discussed in our last workshop. This is something global, but from both sides of the Atlantic, because we needed to do it internally, and because we know that even if we do it internally, if the others don't do their part, it will be for nothing. Then it has like the perfect combination to really achieve a multilateral action led by the transatlantic alliance. And of course, my part is sustainability, so I don't know if Adrian and Caroline will agree on this, but I think that considering that climate change affects all of us, it could spark more collaboration on tech and in democracy, because it comes together. But yeah, I mean, again, if you ask me this summer, I would say Europe was leading this, but Biden is doing his homework. And I'm so proud that, that you said that Kerry's here, and we really need to push this. And actually, we know that our leadership has not been perfect, of course, because our governments, we have other interests, and we know what happens, for example, in Africa. But I think this is the chance to do a lot of things better, because again, unfortunately, climate change affects all of us. The fires in Washington during the summer, the floods in Central Europe. It's an opportunity to multilateral action.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a positive, this idea that transatlantic relation needs to kind of put itself out there and own it, if you like. I mean, Adrian, do you feel a bit more optimistic or, pessimistic? Do you think, the EU-US or the European-US alliance is holding its own, or are you worried about the threats from other autocratic states, or how do you read things?
Yeah, I was just reflecting on what Beatriz mentioned around how climate change is one of these topics where it affects everybody, and we need to get everybody on the same page. And perhaps there's a chance of doing that. And it's interesting to contrast that with democracy and technology, where I think a sort of global arrangement seems impossible. I think that there's just such a big difference between how those in the transatlantic relationship and more autocratic, authoritarian actors view these concepts. There was that interesting op-ed by officials, a Russian and a Chinese official, who were claiming that they are democracies and therefore they should be invited to the democracy summit. Amazing, the gall. But I think that it really shows that the tension here is that, and why there is such a need for the transatlantic relationship, because there are these topics, whether it's around, the importance of democratic institutions, the importance of a free and open internet, where cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party is very unlikely, and where when you look at things on a multilateral and sort of global level, the likes of the Chinese and the Russian government are teaming up with other authoritarian governments in order to rewrite the global rules in a way that that emphasizes their own digital sovereignty, and which essentially is just a way for them to avoid any criticism for human rights abuses in their own country. That's where I think, it was interesting, one of the takeaways of that, there was a survey that we did as part of the Next Gen Summit that showed that people had a little bit more trust in maybe bilateral or, smaller cooperation rather than global multilateral. And I think that's a part of it, is this recognition that we are in a sort of ideological or, great power competition with the Chinese government, where the transatlantic relationship may be a helpful vehicle in order to make sure that we can kind of, and then where it's not only of the transatlantic relationship, but then as Caroline was mentioning, we can actually extend this globally and say, if you are a democracy, a government that wants to be part of this free and open internet or a part of this democracy summit, you are invited. But I think that it has to be, the transatlantic relationship has to be the fulcrum, as you said, to that leadership. And the difficulties of given the rise of China, I think it's all the more important that we seek to cooperate more.
Yeah, great. No, it's a really interesting point. We're nearly come to a close. Just final thought from yourself, just to finish it up, Caroline. I mean, you were talking about the concept of splinternet. I mean, it's this idea of having a more global approach to tech. As Adrian said, Is that going to happen, or are we going to end up just being in more of our silos, or how do you read that?
Yeah, I think part of the other issue is not thinking about this just from a nation state or a geopolitical perspective, but a maybe union of more like decreasing friction between private and public sectors, between academics and civil society orgs, and having a whole of society approach to this issue, and in part to get our nation state actors even at the level they need to be to really handle this problem. I think that if we really stop to think about it, things are getting innovated faster in tech than they are in our systems of governance. Can faster than our systems of governments can even incorporate that technology. And it is. I mean, ultimately, it is about a great power competition. To the splinternet point. So, my final thought would be that we need to take a whole of society approach, and we need to be at the keep developing, being at the forefront of innovation and competition. And the way to do that is to ensure that young people have a voice, have a seat at the table in the decision-making process. And the way to do that is to invest in education. And so, and to do it all with the values-based approach that is the democracy that the EU and the US have built in this past century.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Karen. Just very, very last thing then, Beatrice. I mean, that's concurring with what you said earlier about the need that it can't be just transatlantic. But do you think the transatlantic alliance needs to take the lead on this?
Without no doubt, yes, absolutely. I think, and it's now or never. So it's a yes and a quick action request from, as Caroline said, from the young generations, of course. And I think it's exciting times. We should be optimists, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was great getting that perspective. So look, thank you very much for our participants. And I think it captured with so many different perspectives, different professional backgrounds on this call and on this forum. And I think it did remind us of the importance of getting the next generation involved and speaking to them about the transatlantic relationship, why the rules-based system that's been such an anchor in the global world order is still, it's so important, and how you need to get the next generation into that conversation. And just as a reminder, as we finish up, thank you very much for tuning in. The report itself, the Next Gen Initiative report will be published in January. So keep an eye on the Aspen Institute website. It'll be updated there as we approach that. Thank you also to Microsoft for its support of the Next Gen Initiative. And thank you all for listening, and to our panelists for that great conversation. Stay tuned for the report's launch in January. Thank you very much.
Cordel, welcome back to Romania after a period that was tumultuous, to say the least.
Yes, well, Buna, it is great to be back.
And thank you so much for agreeing to have this conversation on a topic that might sound strange to some, but it's definitely necessary, about belonging. Mm-hmm. We talk about inclusion, we talk about diversity, we talk about equity. What is belonging in this word cloud?
Yeah, so it started with diversity and inclusion, and then equity. Then we switched the terms around a bit ever since 1964 in the United States of America, where we had the Civil Rights Act. And the biggest driver of DE&I, as we say, has been procurement policy. Most American companies in the Fortune 100 or 1,000, if you will, some of their biggest customers are government. And the government can say, okay, tell us how many African Americans you have working for you. Tell us how many women. Tell me how many this. So that's the diversity. It started as a census okay? And then inclusion is one thing to hire people that are different. It's another thing to ensure that they feel included and are moving up in the organization just like anyone else does. That's been the stickiest part. And so we have thought of diversity, equity, inclusion as the destination. Like, this is what we're supposed to do in order to do business with the government or to keep our shareholders happy. And I came to the conclusion that we were having the wrong conversation. Is that DE&I is a vehicle on a road of discovery that is taking you to some place that's better than where you are. The question is, what is that place? We never describe the destination. And the destination is a society and organizational cultures where everyone belongs and everyone thrives. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. Because far too often, when people hear diversity and equity inclusion, they're saying, okay, this is anti-white male. And I'm saying, no, belonging and thriving is for everyone. It means something different than you than me because we have different starting points. I'm not asking you to leave this table. I'm asking you to close your legs and make room for more people at the same table. So that's what belonging means to me.
Well, that's an interesting thing because you've mentioned in the beginning that we started with diversity and inclusion, moved to equity, moved to belonging. Did this also consider a change in full narrative, in the public narrative? What did it need to have such a change?
Well, we've been quite on an evolutionary path as a nation in the US. And I will get to the more global sense in a second, but I think it's important that people understand that the dynamic democracy that we know now to be the United States of America didn't start until 1966. We often quote 1766 as the founding of the country, but the vote was not allowed by anyone who wasn't a propertied person, and more likely a propertied male person. And then over time, over the next 200 plus years, more people were included. Now, it could be argued that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment following the Civil War gave everyone the right to vote, and that is true. But states are the ones who decide who vote. They set their own rules. Mm-hmm. And in most of our states, from post-Civil War 1890s up until the 1960s, with the Voting Rights Act of 65, did not allow black women to vote, black men to vote, Asians to vote, anyone who wasn't white, they didn't allow you to vote. So you're not a democracy if the people there can't vote. 1966 was the first time that my then 35-year-old grandmother voted. She voted because there were federal troops standing in front of the polling station ensuring that she would be safe as she voted. And so we're still on this evolutionary path. If you call, the 1960s the third founding, if you will, we're now in this next founding, this moral reckoning. And now all of these inequities that we have not addressed, that we've glossed over, that we didn't have names for, they're coming to the fore. And this current generation, they call them Generation Alpha or Zennials, whatever you want to call them, they are demanding action right now, and is forcing our companies to look differently at their future employee base. Mm-hmm. Because I keep telling folks, this is not about social justice. The CEOs of our largest companies in the country and in the world, most of their wealth is derived from stocks and shares of that company, which means they have geopolitical strategists that are telling them what the future customer base will look like, what the future employee base will look like. They know what the next 30 years is going to look like. They don't want their stock to be worthless. So they're buying market share in the future. Where the future is going, they are already there to ensure continued value of their shares. Okay? And so this isn't about social justice at all, although the activists in the street are saying social justice. Whereas the corporations are saying, we want to be an employer of choice for the next 30 years because there's a war for talent. There's these massive vacancies, millions of vacancies, millions of resignations every single month. We have a lot of issues to work through. And thankfully, the private sector is leading the way because they are incented to. Mm-hmm. And it's not social justice, it's about money.
Which is sometimes a better driver than
sometimes it is.
So that would explain why the driver of this change would be the corporation, because of the war for talent, as you have mentioned, because of markets and market share. But I would come and say, apart from the increasing role of the corporations, where does the state come in? Is it a blockage? Is it a deterrent? Can it be a driver? And we are talking right now about the context in the US, but we're going to, shift the conversation further down the line to Europe and other countries as well.
Sure. So the state has to move according to its own incentives, meaning elections. And so you can't get too far in front of society because there was a lot of forces resisting change. They like the world as it is, or they're fearful of the future. And frankly, I think our previous president, Obama, terrified a lot of people in the United States, not because of anything he said, but what he represented. This multi-ethnic, post-racial future where we're building a society not based on race, as we have been doing for the last 245 years, this unofficial caste system, but actually based on merit, where you actually have to compete, where we're more global, where we're all globalists. That terrified a lot of people. And we saw the result in the next election. A person had a very different point of view. America First was the slogan of that particular point of view. And so I think by necessity, the government has to listen to voters. They have to be really good at reading the tea leaves, but they also have a lot of power because most governments in most countries are the #1 purchasers of goods and services from the private sector. And so procurement rules dictate everything. Now, I can sue you and say I don't like your procurement rules. That's fine, but you still don't get to procure what I'm seeking. And so, and now maybe I won't accept a contract from you on other things. And so it'd be very dangerous to take on the government because they have expressed their values via a procurement rule. The other thing that I'm seeing our current federal government doing is they are using some of the stimulus funds to rebalance the deck. That we have basically backed our way into universal basic wage via something called a child tax credit. So in the United States, if you have a child under the age of 17 and based on your income level, you can get up to $350 a month for that child. And you use it for, school fees or child care and all these things. Well, let's say you're a working family with 4 children under the age of 18. You now have, 1,300 euros in a house that you normally wouldn't have. It allows you to make different decisions. Maybe one of us doesn't have to go to work now. Okay? And what does that mean for the family? I think we are slowly transitioning to something that's going to look like another Western democracy about 10 years from now. Why it's so hard now is that we're in the middle of that transition. And change is hard, as you know. But I suspect that once Americans get accustomed to receiving higher benefits for the taxes they pay, we pay essentially the equal amount of taxes as our European colleagues without nearly the services. And I think people are going to start to compare and contrast a little more, and we're going to be really hard to demagogue folks that are demanding more benefits from government. And it's going to change the way workers are treated. It's going to change the way families are operating. And I think eventually it's going to make us a very different country. But this is a long process.
But like every process, it has to start someplace.
Has to start someplace, yes.
And you've mentioned a very interesting thing. You mentioned the power of vote, and which triggered in my mind an example of one of the greatest female leaders of Romania, which was Queen Mary. And when she was, struggling to help with the Romanian Union, she didn't have the right to vote here, which is quite an interesting paradox, So I would come to say, you talked about the power of procurement, but unless you can exercise your right to vote freely, without any costs, without any fear, can you really say that you belong in a certain place?
That's an excellent point. We are having that national conversation right now. The United States of America is a constitutional republic that behaves like a democracy. And so when I talk about the four foundings of the United States, from the 1600s until the Stamp Act Rebellion of 1765, when we go to King George and say, no taxation without representation, that was the first time a British colony, a European colony, was expressing a desire to be represented at the mothership. Okay, that was a big difference. And when King George wasn't able to repel that, he wasn't able to punish them because he was occupied in other places in France and in Ireland, 11 years later, you have the Declaration of War. We call it the Declaration of Independence. It's our North Star, okay? So then 1789, you have our Constitution. Constitution runs up until the Civil War, the abolitionist movement, Reconstruction in the 1890s. The states took back over the right to vote. The federal government guaranteed it with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. The states took that back over with essentially legal apartheid for almost 70 years. And we had a national consensus with the civil rights movement that that was not okay, in part driven by a desire to compete with our biggest foe not too far from here, the Soviet Union. Why? Because the Soviet Union was having very effective truth. It wasn't propaganda if you tell the truth, okay? And that truth was the United States is not what it says it is. It is not the land of the free, home of the brave, because black people can't vote. Look how they're being brutalized on television. The civil rights veterans knew this, and so they would wear suits with white shirts or white colored jackets because in black and white, it's easier to see blood on your clothes. So they wanted to be brutalized peacefully. Peaceful protests are being brutalized so that the world could see what was going on in the US, and it forced change. Okay, and that's the end of the third founding. So here we are, having very similar conversations that were had in the 50s about who should vote, because there are people in this country that do not like the result of democracy. And we're going back to Federalist Paper 10, James Madison, okay, what's that, 1780s, fearing the faction over the majority. This idea that you can't have direct democracy if you want a small amount of people to hold power. And so this is a power struggle for the nation. Like, are we a republic or are we a democracy? So your question is spot on. Anytime that I can prevent you from voting, you're not a pure democracy. You may be democratic, but you're not a democracy. Democracy says one person, one vote. And that's what we're fighting to get to. One person, one vote.
Moving on from the topic of the US, not from the topic of belonging, but coming to the rest of the world. We have immigrants, we have trans people, we have homosexuals, LGBTQ+. We have all sorts of groups that long for belonging. What can we learn from the racial experience in the US to translate into, let's say, the immigrant situation in Europe?
You know, I think, no, let me just back up for a sec. Western democracies in general are experiencing shocks that any one of them would destabilize any country at any given time, but they're experiencing them all at the same time. One being climate change, one being demographic shift, one being the social justice movement or moral reckoning, other being massive technological change that are disemploying people or shifting economies and creating skill gaps, economic shifts that are fundamentally shifting entire regions and making all your young people leave for bigger cities and other countries. Where the power of immigrants and young people are now is they are the labor that can support the social benefit structure that Europe has been known for. You need people working to support the people who are not working. And so it won't be a choice. It is a necessity. The question is, how do you integrate those people? Can I bring them in, make them do what I want them to do, which is to work and pay taxes, but force them to be like me? I don't believe you can. you have to accept them for who they are, but they have to believe in a certain set of values. They have to be able to speak the language. I believe one language is very important for a country, for national unity. I'm pretty rare in that respect because I'm pro-immigration, but I also want you to be able to speak the language at all times. That's important because it easily triggers people. Like, listen, humans are very simple. We fear the same type of things no matter where you are in the world. You hear a foreign language in a public place, they get really weird. It is what it is. We're just humans, okay? And so I think all those that are feeling left out are going to win because they're younger, and we need them. We need them to work and pay taxes and contribute to this social benefits infrastructure that everyone over 50 expects to be there for them just like it was for their parents. So they're going to win. It's a long game, but they're going to win.
I would add another layer. Ageism. Because we talk about, and you've mentioned companies, and there are more and more companies shifting towards the digital. But age is becoming a deterrent towards belonging in that world, which is totally different. And you know, even millennials are a little bit left behind. How do you think companies, because you mentioned them as the main driver, should tackle this issue of people that belonged, but right now feel they don't anymore?
For the first time in at least American labor history, I can't speak for European labor history, we have 5 generations in the workforce at the same time. You have the traditionalists, meaning they were born as late as 1946. You have the baby boomers, those born after World War II. You have Generation X, that's me. You have millennials, and then you have the zennials. And so no one thinks that they belong. I mean, there was a figure that I read from the Society of Human Resource Management surveys from September that essentially said 68% of employees were considering leaving within 60 days. And none of it was about money. It was all about corporate culture. And so this idea of creating an environment or a corporate culture where people feel like they belong is becoming the #1 business imperative. And I guarantee you, you're going to start seeing more chief people officers, more chief human resource officers ascending to the CEO seat, because maintaining your attracting and maintaining talent, that's the whole ball game. You can't algorithm your way out of people. You need someone in place who believes in the vision and is willing to work towards that mission in order for you to exist as an organization. And frankly, chief people officers, this is what they do all day long. They're convincing people to stay. They're creating environments where they feel like they can grow. And frankly, I think as a leader of any group of people, your #1 job is to curate an upwardly mobile experience for the people who are willing to work with you. That's your #1 job. Yes, you're holding them accountable to work, but that means you have to fully articulate what the work is. You can't say, I'm the chef, do what I tell you to do. That's not going to work. Why? Because they have more options. They can go anywhere. Okay, and then pretty soon, when I say anywhere, I mean anywhere, because people are looking for talented folks. There's a really good reason you've met all these, every person you meet from Romania outside of the country is brilliant. There's a really good reason for it, because they could go anywhere and they did.
Which is not exactly a good sign.
No, it's not. The diaspora needs to come back, no doubt. No.
But that's an interesting point that you make, because we're talking about the role of corporations. But then again, if I find talent in Romania within the same corporation, I can move them to Spain or to Italy or to the US even. Where does the country come in? Because if we have this massive shift of talent, even if it's virtual, how do you think a country should target its people to stay?
I think the best way is through nostalgia. I was just in Sarajevo a couple of days ago, and I was talking to some colleagues, super, super intelligent, very successful, and I was asking them why they weren't in Germany or why they weren't in the US, and their answer is, I would miss the mountains and the water too much, and I found a way to get the same wage I would have received in Germany at home. I work from my home office, and I see my mother every Sunday. That is an unbeatable value proposition. And so to the degree to which countries can entice their young people to stay home, perhaps a tax break if you're working internationally from home, maybe co-working centers, encourage the creation of them so that people can literally work from anywhere. Continuing the social benefit structure that makes this place far more attractive than, say, the US, which you really don't have social benefit structure. You know, women don't have 6 months of paid maternity leave. I think maximum is 3.
A year.
Yeah. In my dreams, right? In my dreams.
Exactly.
Well, that's compelling.
Up to 2, if I may add.
That is a compelling value proposition. 53% of the world are women. Okay, we need them to work too. But they also are the only ones that can have children, as far as we know. And so letting these young, amazing women who are educated know, like, you will lose nothing by deciding to become a mother. In fact, it is better here to be a mother and work for that multinational than to work for that multinational over there. That's a huge value proposition, and that's a quality of life issue that, frankly, has no numerical value. It's priceless. Okay? And so I think that's how you win. You have to maintain the structure you have that's very generous to people, a people-centric policy, but also give them the flexibility to be able to work from anywhere.
You've mentioned being in Sarajevo, and I know you've been in a tour, which is, jealousy-inducing for people that haven't left their home country in a while. This conversation about belonging, I assume you had it in all these countries.
Czech Republic, Berlin, and Sarajevo.
So what difference did you notice between these countries?
Wow. So, number one, the US has built a society on a social construct called race. And so, as much as I can prove as a social construct that it has no biological justification whatsoever, that is just an invented thing. If I don't talk about race and belonging, people won't know what I'm talking about, right? So context is everything. Have to talk about race there. In Germany, it was about gender. It is illegal to do a census based on race. So it's literally not a part of the conversation, but it's clearly an issue. And so you're trying to figure out how do you talk about this in a creative way that doesn't make everyone uncomfortable. We have to talk about how women are treated in the workplace, how they're dismissed, how they're not promoted. That's a belonging issue for them, very different. In Czech Republic, they do talk about race, but it's more nationality, okay? That's the proxy. And, they, like yourselves, are less than 40 years away from a very different governance regime. And so they're still learning. They're a younger democracy than the US, if you will. And so there's a variety of issues that need to work out. But gender seems to stand out as the number one. That and power differentials. I see how women behave when men speak, how the body language has changed, and how dismissive men can be when women are speaking. This is all in front of me. I'm watching this so it's like I'm having a tri-level conversation. What's being said, what's not being said, and what I'm observing. I'm like, this is a typical Aspen experience. Look at this. This is crazy. Here in Romania, I haven't quite figured that out, what it is. What's the belonging issue here? And I think it's frankly because the diaspora is so powerful, meaning there are so many people not here. Your best and your brightest, a lot of people left. And the question is, how do we get them back? How do we get them more compelling? And how do we include their voice? How do we make sure they feel like they belong? okay? And so it's a very interesting dichotomy that I've been wrestling with for the last couple of days in the conversations here. And so I suspect that we'll continue on that. And then I don't know what it'll be in Greece when I head there, but I'm sure it'll be something different. And so the
might be income.
Yeah, maybe. And the point I'm trying to make is, if you are a company, and let's say you work across 190 markets, and you have one chief diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging officer, what does that person do when they're walking in a completely different context? How do they even train up their manager on this issue in Zimbabwe versus Greece versus Czech Republic? There has to be some uniform approach to belonging, some algorithm, if you will, that takes into account history, takes into account context, takes into account corporate values, and then the mission. Like, we still have to be productive. Even if I don't feel like I belong, as long as you work here, you have to be productive. Because that's the bargain that we've bargained for. I pay you, you produce. Okay, I get that, and most humans do. But it is so much cheaper to keep them. You don't want to have to hire every 6 months. It is not fun, and it's very expensive. And now knowing that I can't just go and poach your employees, because someone else is poaching your employees, and someone's going to poach the ones I'm not looking at. So we got to figure out, how do we make a better experience for the people that are here? And it's not about money. It's about being accepted. It's about being heard. It's about being appreciated. And even if we disagree, we can do it in a respectful manner. Civil discourse, fancy that. Civil discourse even at the corporate space. And that will lead to a much more productive workforce. And so a long answer to say, I'm still trying to figure that out, but I suspect that we'll have many, many, many more conversations to try to get to the root of belonging here in Romania and other countries.
So basically, we're going to keep on longing for belonging.
Yes,
all
we're
over the
long
place.
for belonging, yes.
One last idea.
Yes.
And it should be a short one due to time management here. Where do you think people 5 years from now will feel they most belong in? A country, a region, a corporation?
I think it's going to be around a set of values. Values that you will both be able to articulate and feel. And there'll be, frankly, I think corporations are much better at this, because the governance structure basically says, I need you to execute according to these things. And they are then empowered to do what they have to do to execute. And if that means everyone gets ice cream on Friday and that makes them happy, guess what? You get ice cream on Friday. And this new execution strategy is going to be focused on maintaining our best and brightest. That's mission number one, maintaining your best and your brightest. And because there is a financial incentive, not just in the present, but in the future, because of how people are compensated, especially the highest levels in companies. The private sector is civil society's best hope. So civil society will continue to talk about social justice. The private sector will continue to talk about belonging, and they're going to converge. And that convergence is going to get the result that they both want. People who feel like they belong, who feel heard, who feel accepted, and employees that are happy and who are staying at their home companies longer.
But this is a conversation that should continue. So we're looking forward to receiving you here back in Bucharest at the Bucharest Forum.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Next year and next year and next year, to see how the belonging narrative has changed.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you.